I'm Osama Homsi, table tennis player, coach, and father of two lovely kids. For the World Table Tennis Day 2022, my friend Tariq Mahroom and myself had the idea to organize a pioneer table tennis event in the Sabra and Shadila refugee camp in Beirut, Lebanon. We had a vision, and our goal is to draw a smile on the face of the underprivileged children, share happiness, and give them attention through table tennis. On this day, almost more than 90 participants were present to be a part of our event. As part of ping pong diplomacy, we thank the president of the Lebanese Table Tennis Federation for joining our event and paying respect and value to the children of the camp. Finally, we managed through our small table tennis ball to reach the young hearts of the children of Sabra and Shatila refugee camp.
Hi there! You are now watching the 24-hour online stream of World Table Tennis Day 2022. This year, at the 50th anniversary of ping pong diplomacy, let's celebrate the power of table tennis in building friendships, creating dialogues, and making peace. This is your Tappender from the ITTF Foundation. Stay tuned and we'll be right back.
World Table Tennis Day
is on April 6th.
Let's use table tennis this year to build friendship.
To build friendship.
To build friendship.
Create dialogues.
Create dialogues.
Create dialogues.
And make peace.
And make peace.
And to make peace.
Join us for World Table Tennis Day.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. Together we can do this.
Inside out forehand for Brook. Well now. Oh, just long, spectacular point. A lot of work for Wang Yidi to win 1 point in this rally.
You know those lobs, they look easy, to smash, but they are not because the ball is bouncing so high. You have to get on top of the ball to actually play the forehand smash.
No! Goes D! Doing goes D! From under the table, scoops it up and then blitzes and punches down the line. Oh, man. How does your arm not fall off if you're Feng Tianwei after this rally? She's behind the table, still putting pressure on Chunmeng while chasing every ball.
Yeah, she was really made to move side to side. Chunmeng using the full width of the table, and what was that, a 20-shot, 22-shot rally?
Oh, the two-handed backhand and from way behind the table. This one gets away from Harimoto. This is why you never give up. Just one more on one foot. Gets the two-hander ready just in case. Oh, good angle here on the reach, reactionary, and creating the angle after the parallel comes in. Very sharp.
The best rally by Wang Yidi so far.
Two-handed backhand. Inside out forehand for Broke. Well now, just catches the inside of the ball, steps around that one, and it is not even reachable, not with the fast feet of the featherweight, the Dark Knight. Soft Chiquita to start two hands on a backhand, don't see that too often. Moves back in, there's the inside out, and he's already right back up at the table just in case. Oh, goes for Broke on the last one. No matter what happens on that shot, you want to see it come into play. I mean, he generated so much power from behind the table with his backhands, and then after all this work, finally goes for the big power shot. The step around, sweeps the leg, but not the ball. No! He just went around the net post. In this rally, that is a spectacular shot. I mean, unless I saw it wrong, it looked like he just slid the ball on the table around the net. Oh, what a spectacular finish! They were just dancing around the court, painting the corners of the table, testing the footwork. Open rally, counter topspin, short strokes, inside out forehands, and Jun Ji-hee bending balls both ways, dismissive punching backhand. Oh, the devastation of Feng Tianwei's feeling, timing, and decision making. 35 years old, please, I can't wait to see her when she's 40. Ooh, no! Come on, man! Bong Jen-dong giving thrills and spills. He's smiling. That shot was nuts. What did he just do? Did he curve it around the net post with the backhand? Check it out from this angle. The rally was already strong. Speed from the start. Oh, that ball just skates on the line.
No, we couldn't have imagined a better moment for the 50th anniversary of ping pong diplomacy. Never could I have imagined that we would have a joint USA and China mixed doubles pair.
The second semi-final sees Tomokazu Harimoto and Hina Hayata of Japan play one of the historic ping pong diplomacy pairs. Team China and Team United States of America uniting here in Houston.
When the story unfolded about Glenn Cowan getting on the wrong bus, what happened is apparently he missed the practice bus from the practice hall for the U.S. to come back to the hotel. And so he finally got on the next bus that was going to the hotel, and it happened to be the Chinese bus.
China lifted the bamboo curtain today long enough to let in 15 American ping pong players for a week of exhibition matches and sightseeing.
It was a pivotal moment in, as we noted, the relationships between America and China, and what better way to represent it than here at the World Championships.
Well, I think it's been truly an incredible honor to have been able to pair with Lin Gaoren. I think we really had an amazing run, and I have to thank him so much, you know, for always supporting me and carrying me all the way to the semifinals. It's like really a dream come true.
And they come together, and that's been the theme really of the week, coming together. If you think of the Peace Through Sport dinner celebrating the 50th anniversary, I mean, we had guests there, didn't we? We had Christopher Nixon Cox, Neil Bush, the grandson, of course, of President Richard Nixon, the son of President George Bush. We had representatives from the Embassy, People's Republic of China.
I think ping pong diplomacy is every bit as important now as it was in 1971.
You know, some things are spur of the moment. Some things are coming from the heart. Some things come at a time when you don't expect it. And these things are the real special moments, usually in life, because they are surprising, they are amazing, and to have that come here was just perfect.
For me, ping pong diplomacy is about opening doors, and I think through sport we can open a lot of doors, and that's how I can see sport, and table tennis is a good tool to create peace and understanding.
Table tennis history ready to be written, the first ever WTT Grand Smash event.
Welcome to the WTT Infinity Arena, Singapore. Game on.
Tunic Jaw of the United States beats world rank number 4 in the opening round.
He's done it! Francis Francisca has finally broken that jinx on attempt number 11.
The WTT Infinity Arena is ready.
What an introduction there, and it could be fireworks in this match. And they've done it. Wang Chujin and Sung Ying Sha are your first ever mixed double champions at the Singapore Smash.
3 match points left. And that's all they need. We have our first men's doubles champions in Fan Zhendong and Wang Chujin. This is the women's doubles final. And that is business. It is done and doner. Wang Manyu and Sun Ying Xia have taken the title by storm.
And Yukiya Uda progresses.
He'll be playing Fan Zhendong. That should be a thrilling match as well. And Fan Zhendong takes it 11-9 in the 6th. The crowd is thrilled. Here he is, the man we should all feel lucky to be able to witness live. Breathing fire, he chose and he lays Liang Jingquin to rest. Ma Long is joining Fan Zhendong in the final.
Today is a tough match.
2 match points for Wang Manyu, the world champion. Oh, she does it! Wang Manyu absolutely driven to the ground in that point. Wang Manyu will battle against Chun Meng, her arch nemesis. It is the final day of action, the day that you've been waiting for. The crowd has shown up in the Infinity Arena. Chun Meng is here now to get her revenge on Wang Manyu. And you have it! Your Highness, Chun Meng has taken the title over Wang Manyu in style out here. It is the match that we have been waiting for. The unstoppable force collide in the men's singles final. Fan Zhendong takes it! A huge win! A big, big boost of confidence, and the dictator has been dictated. Congratulations to Fan Zhendong, to Chun Meng, world number ones on both sides. And that was an amazing first ever Singapore smash.
Well, the ITTF has a long history working in sport for development in social projects. During the last 15 years, we have been doing around 30 projects and with an impact on around 250,000 people all around the world.
Since 1999, ITTF has supported multi-awarded table tennis projects, making a positive impact on people's lives. In 2019, the ITTF Foundation was established as the responsibility arm of the ITTF. The non-profit organization's approach is based on solidarity, a clear vision, clear programs, clear projects, clear application processes. The ITTF Foundation aims at becoming a world leader as a role model in promoting positive social change through sport.
It's always the goal from ITTF to do something better through sport. Now we start with the work in the foundation. More solidarity, more projects, and more table tennis for development.
Its headquarters in Leipzig, Germany, were inaugurated in 2019, and a constantly growing team is operating in supporting and guiding projects worldwide.
It's actually a dream for us to have the foundation here and founded, because before we were working very hard also in this area through our development program. But now it's really more something that is here to stay, and that we can also build a platform around the foundation. Regarding CSR, I think our foundation can be the perfect tool to actually reach out wider than we can do within the ITTF.
TT Dream Building projects are inclusive, sustainable, and meaningful initiatives using table tennis as a tool for development and peace. The Dream Building Fund was established in 2019 and once a year supports and guides new projects for a period of 1 to 3 years. The Emergency Relief Fund was set up as a response to both human-made and natural disasters. National table tennis associations can apply for funds to use table tennis as a practical and cost-effective remedial tool in early post-disaster intervention. TT for All makes table tennis accessible to the general public. The focus is on how to integrate different kinds of people in terms of gender, social status, culture, and physical ability. TT Fun Lab shows all the fun sides of table tennis in its aim to unite people. The table building course teaches participants how to produce table tennis tables at little cost, giving field projects a greater independence. Since 2015, each year on the 6th of April, table tennis enthusiasts celebrate and share their table tennis passion with others. World Table Tennis Day makes the sport publicly visible. TT for Health promotes and shares the health benefits of table tennis on a social, mental and physical level. The annual Parkinson's World Table Tennis Championships are an innovative way to advocate for the benefits of playing table tennis for people with Parkinson's. More than a competition, the tournaments are a community-building initiative. In light of COVID-19, Table Tennis United fundraising campaign supports those table tennis playing family members most affected by the pandemic. TT Legacy makes the table tennis lifestyle a sustainable one. The aim of the TT Legacy program is to raise awareness, provide solutions, and motivate participation of the table tennis community in the three fields of sustainability: economic, environmental, and social. In the framework of the 2018 Youth Olympic Games, the interest for the sport was aroused among those with few or without opportunities. The ensuing interest in table tennis has been maintained after 2 years of training and community building with others. Ping pong diplomacy promotes a peaceful and constructive exchange among opposing individuals, groups, regions, or nations.
We deliver a strong message to the world, especially in table tennis world, make the peace through sport, through table tennis.
The ITTF Foundation supports refugees and signed the UN Refugee Agency Pledge in 2019. Our commitment is to make table tennis accessible for refugees and use the sport to alleviate post-conflict trauma.
It's the way you teach people, you know. You can teach people table tennis in the way that you want to make them champion, but you can also convey values, how to have confidence in yourself, how to play with the other kids, how to respect the other. And this is really what we are trying to do here.
Solidarity through table tennis. The ITTF Foundation strives to be more than just a charity. It is thanks to our close contact with local participants and a lively exchange that programs and projects grow and inspire others to follow positive examples.
ITTF has always been well recognized in this regard, and of course the bigger actions that you see here are the ones that are well promoted, but there's also a lot of smaller and behind the scenes actions that the ITTF is doing on a day-to-day basis.
Mademoiselle. le corps, c'est comme des Legos. Ah, Kiala?
Oui.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
On n'a pas assez vu en fait, on n'a pas assez vu. Et bon, on va dualiser les deux. Vous allez faire du gainage. On est raquettes en fait. Mais rien, comment ça va?
Et le couple il est où? En fait, faut pas que ça ressemble à Ah non, franchement.
Oui.
Filmez, un peu. Excellent. Pas de tête, hein. Ah là là. Je vais jouer là.
Allez, dernier point. Ah ouais. Non, comme d'habitude, Gérard, il est régulier toujours.
Donc c'est juste pour introduire les loups. Moi je cache pas. Le sport ne regarde pas la couleur de peau ou l'âge du sportif.
Le sport, c'est aussi l'humilité, hein? C'est se connaître, apprendre à connaître l'autre, intégrer des règles pour qu'il puisse y avoir du plaisir. Il n'y a pas de plaisir sans règles. Ce qui est surtout important, on le voit sur cette plage aujourd'hui, c'est de faire avec tout le monde, c'est-à-dire aussi bien les enfants. Vous savez, on apprend aussi du plus petit que soi. Hein? Un enfant peut en effet nous amener à nous dépasser, à nous améliorer.
Hi there, this is Galia Dvorak, the ITTF Foundation Goodwill Ambassador in supporting the Ukrainian table tennis community. You are now watching the 24-hour online stream of World Table Tennis Day 2022. This year, at the 50th anniversary of ping pong diplomacy, let's celebrate the power of table tennis in building friendship, creating dialogues, and making peace.
And there we go. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, wish everyone a very, very happy World Table Tennis Day, as well as a very happy National Day of Sport for Development and Peace. Connie,
Yes.
are you able to hear me?
I am now. It cut out on me a little bit.
All good on our side. If I could also just ask all of the speakers, in case there's any background noise around you, feel free to unmute and mute yourselves on your end. So far, there's been no disturbance that I can catch in my earphones. So I'm quite happy to make a start. And to begin with, I think it would be good to have a round of introductions. I will just ask my team to enable screen sharing on my side. Gia, Peter, if you could enable screen sharing, please. Otherwise, I'm happy to proceed without the screen sharing. All right, no problem. So in terms of the panelists, I'm quite excited as, well, a student of sport diplomacy as well, as a practitioner of sport diplomacy and sport for development. And especially working at the ITTF Foundation to maximize the impact of table tennis on bringing communities together to promote social cohesion, as well as sustainable development. So very happy to, first of all, officially start the panel for our audience as well. And to begin with, I have the pleasure of introducing Professor Dr. J. Simon Roff, who I've had the pleasure of studying under as well at the SOAS University of London. Simon, you are a reader in Diplomatic and International Studies in the Center for International Studies and Diplomacy at SOAS University of London. We're very happy that you're able to join us today for this panel.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Simon. Next, we have Dr. Lars Bo Kaspersen from the Center for Civil Society Studies, professor as well as a doctor in the Department of Management, Politics and Philosophy at the Copenhagen Business School. Thank you for joining us, Lars. Thank you for making time.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm honored.
Then it's a real pleasure for me to introduce Connie Swiris, an erstwhile US national women's singles table tennis champion. And I cannot wait to hear more about your visit to China in 1971 as part of the actual ping pong diplomacy mission, Connie. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And then, of course, we have Petra Sörling, the ITTF president, and to clarify, the 8th person to hold the office and the first woman to hold the office at the ITTF. Petra, always a real pleasure to speak with you as a colleague, as well as someone who's had the pleasure of working alongside you. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us today on this panel discussion.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all celebrating World Table Tennis Day together with us today.
Absolutely. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. And I think given the breadth of discussion that we need to get through, it would be really good to dive right into it. And I might call upon Simon as well as Lars, perhaps, in that order, to set the scene for us. How would you define a conflict? And how would you define a concept such as social cohesion or even peace, given the contextual diversity in which these concepts can be understood? So perhaps first Simon and then Lars.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, the reality is it's a very difficult thing to do, and we shouldn't underestimate the context and the nuance that we need to understand concepts like peace. Going back to ancient times, peace is in some senses a modern invention. It's something that enables us to deal with the society in which we live. And, you know, looking back to the likes of Michael Howard's work or Kant, there's different ways of thinking about peace throughout, you know, the longue durée of history. In our current understandings, it's more than simply the absence of war. It's about being in a situation where you can create and enhance a societal understanding of the world in which we live in that's not just an absence of guns going back and forth. At the moment we stand here, that's a really difficult thing to contextualize at the point at which there are, in various corners of the world, active conflicts, hotspots, alive to where we are in the world. And we need to be mindful of this, tension, this cognitive dissonance, as academics call it, that you can have two competing positions within the same understanding. It's difficult, in short.
Lars, before
Yes.
you intervene, I think one point that we're really keen on hearing your thoughts about is, and this is something that Simon touched upon there in his response as well, is that the concept of peace as well as conflict, it cuts across different contexts, and largely it is understood as a geopolitical concept, but we're also quite interested in understanding what a conflict represents and what peace represents more at the grassroots or at the community level, and how those different levels interact with each other.
In principle, I think I agree with Simon's framework and the contextual approach. But I think in order to let this discussion going, I think we need to have some more, principle form of definition, because I think that would guide us through certain types of conflicts. Let me say a few words about the concept of conflict, and then the concept of peace right after. Of course, conflict, it's related to the opposite, that there is a consensus, there is an agreement, and for some reason it turns into disagreement, and then even further by turning into a conflict. And then conflict is not just conflicts. Conflict is, there are different types of conflict. We can have a conflict where we see two parties disagreeing about the beauty of a dress. They are arguing about the beauty of the dress. They get into a conflict about it, but that's not a severe conflict, but that's an aesthetic conflict. We can have a conflict between two parties in the labor market, where one party would like to pay less tax, the other one want to pay more tax or no tax. So there's an economic conflict going on, and we see tons of these conflicts every day, and they can be stressful and problematic, but they're not devastating, or rarely they are devastating. When a conflict becomes severe and deeply problematic, it is when a conflict becomes a political conflict, because a political conflict is basically defined by that the two parties in the conflict, they define each other as friend and enemies. So and when they define the opponent as an enemy, it means also that you're willing to go as far as using violence in the conflict. And that is a political conflict. And a political conflict can, at its worst, end up in war. And war is what I would call basically, it's a particular way of trying to solve a conflict, but it's also the absolute most problematic and worst type of solution to a conflict. Then I will leave the concept of conflict there for the moment, and then just briefly say about peace. I think, especially if we're talking about a peace in relationship between different states being in a war or in a conflict, I think peace in this respect is, I think, in a very provocative way, a pause in the war. So what I'm saying is the war is is the normal state, whereas the peace are the exception. And what I mean by this is that when people live their life on an everyday basis, every single person, we try to be respected, we try to be autonomous, we try to be recognized by other people as being equal and being, human beings. And if someone don't respect me as a human being and recognize me as a human being, then my identity is at stake, and that that turn into civil society conflict, group conflicts, street gangs conflicts, etc. But in the worst case, of course, you have two states where these two states, they no longer recognize each other. And we will go back to that when we talk about the diplomacy thing in 71. But just
Yes.
briefly, in my opinion, because it links up to the potential solution, peace is a pause in the war. And the question is, how do we create a pause and how do we strengthen the pause in order to avoid going back to the struggle of recognition?
Thank you, Lars. That's a very interesting perspective, I would say, on the relationship between war and peace and how conflict can be perceived. I find it hard to argue with that summation, but someone I really want to hear from at this point, especially since you mentioned stressful conflicts, especially at that multinational level, and a situation where it seems like there's a very clear us versus them scenario. I really want to hear from Connie on this point, in the sense that with all of that context now to background our discussion going forward, well, it's not very different from the situation that was perhaps unfolding at the time of the original visit. And I'm very curious to hear about what your perspective was going as part of that mission, as well as what your experience was over there.
Yes, back in 1971, of course, we didn't have any diplomatic ties to China. No American had been in there since 1949, when the Communist Party took over. And we were competing in the World Table Tennis Championships in Nagoya, Japan. Our whole US team was there. And China had been out of the world competition for 6 years. They were in a cultural revolution and within themselves, and they weren't allowing their athletes to compete in the World Table Tennis Championships. And you have to understand that back in 1971 and early 60s, they produced a lot of world table tennis champions. And so they were very, very good at table tennis. And so for the Chinese to come back to the World Table Tennis Championships was really wonderful for not only table tennis, but for the world. And the last day of that competition, the Chinese delegation extended an invitation to the US team to extend their trip and go into China and play what they called friendship matches. They were billed as friendship first, competition second. And we just were not aware that that was going to happen. We had no idea. Our government didn't have any idea that that was going to happen. However, I think behind the scenes, our president at that time, President Nixon, and Kissinger, the State Department, was working to try to get some kind of breakthrough with China to begin some kind of communication. But it really takes two parties wanting to get together and have a peaceful situation or begin communication. And this was one way of China wanting to get back into the world scene, so to speak, as far as economics or any other kind of thing. They were trying to send an overture to us that they wanted to start up communications. So we went into China through the border of Hong Kong and began playing these friendship matches. One was in Beijing, and of course that's where the Great Hall of the People and their government is. And it certainly was friendly. They could have, at that time, the US probably was only ranked maybe 20th in the world or even lower. And they were coming off some world championships 6 years ago. And so they were very, very adept at table tennis. And it was a real thrill for us as Americans, table tennis players, to be able to go over there and play these matches and actually have time to interact with them. They taught us some techniques, training techniques. They took us to the Great Wall of the People. The Great Wall. We also got a chance to meet Zhou Enlai as a team and individually shake his hands. And one of the things I remember him saying in the audience to us was, what a joy it is to greet friends from afar. So again, the idea of friendship was coming up through table tennis. And we were able to travel their country, see some farm communes, be able to interact personally, people to people. And to me, that starts to break down barriers and open up communication. And it just produces an atmosphere where the politics are out of it. It's a people-to-people exchange, and you learn about things maybe that you had misconceptions about. You begin to become friends with them. So it was just a wonderful experience for me all around to have been part of that.
Thank you, Connie. That was fantastic. And first of all, thanks for sharing that entire experience with us. There were, I think, 4 or 5 points that I frantically needed to note down because it was quite educational, and a number of things that I wasn't quite aware of, which brings me to a question for Petra, actually. Petra, we've just gone on a journey to 1971, and there are so many factors that Connie touched upon there that I know in your capacity as president you deal with every day, given the variety of membership that we have. Disparity in world rankings, disparity in economic status across different associations. You deal with these things every day. And these are actually factors which can be cause for conflicts as well, or cause for disagreements as well. But here, from Connie, we have an example of table tennis almost becoming this geopolitical agent without any government support, as Connie mentioned there, which is quite unique in its own right. So I'm quite keen to hear about what your thoughts are about the role of sport more broadly acting as an agent of perhaps even peace building and to prevent further conflicts.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you so much, Connie, for sharing this journey with us. Before answering your question, I have to say that I have heard the story from the other angle very many times because my coach was from China, Hu Wei-xin, and he was actually part of the Chinese team that went to USA. And he told me very many times, of course, it was a great memory to meet with Nixon, but it was mainly to travel around as I remember, he said they traveled to 7 or 8 cities within the USA to play table tennis. And as exactly like you described it, it was friendship before competition. And So it's very, very nice that you are sharing with us your story, and it's lovely to hear how table tennis already at that time could make a difference. Because this is what I think we can do as a sport, as a tool for peace, but also not only for peace. I think when we have a situation like we had last year, the last years with the pandemic, I think it's not very far away from a conflict itself, because it separates people from each other. And we like to stay together. We like to be together. And when we are separated, when we don't want to be separated, we need something that brings us together. And I think that sport can be that tool, the tool to bring us together. And it's also a matter of respect. When we do something together, we respect each other. I know also from at home in Malmö, when the House of Law, they have a yearly table tennis event, and that is the only time when all the staff goes together, no matter what they are working with within this House of Law. So it breaks barrier from hierarchies as well. So that is where I think sport can play an important tool. Of course, when it comes to peace, and it was really very interesting to listen to the framework before mentioned by Simon and Bo, and how actually we are in a situation of war, and actually peace is the pause. That was new to me, but it's very interesting when you reflect on it. So I also learn a lot by listening here today, but mainly I think that sport is where you have no language limitations, and also no cultural limitations. Sport is something you do together, and we can do it in, for example, on a club level, but we can also do it at home with our neighbors on the kitchen table, and when it comes to table tennis, but also a sport in general. So I do believe that sport really makes a big difference, and to create peace and to create us, bring us together. And as I said before, I think the last 2 years of pandemic really showed us, when it comes to, for example, the Olympic Games, something came back to us that was normal. We could gather, we could watch. Yes, it's very good for the athletes to compete again, but mainly for all of us to have something that entertains us and makes joy in our life. So I think that on all levels, that sport and table tennis can bring in something that is really needed when you're in a situation of war or conflict, but also in a conflict of how we were separated due to the pandemic.
Thank you, Petra. And also, thank you for making my job easier with that fantastic recap of the discussion that we've had so far, with the framework, as well as the illustrations that we've had. And that actually falls very nicely onto the next question that I had. And I wanted to go back to Simon for this one. Simon, we've heard a lot about ping pong as an agent of peace, or generally sport as an agent of conflict resolution here. And I know this is something that you've addressed quite a lot through your body of work. I'm quite interested to know, in the current climate especially, where conflict resolution seems to have attained a really important issue on the global agenda. How do you see it playing out through the lens of sport, and what role do you think sport has today in terms of bringing people together, where it seems often that it cannot be done?
Thank you, Saab. I think sport does. I share Petra's views that sport can be a huge agent for change and for bringing communities together. I pick up on Connie's point and her reflections on her own experience about that it was the people-to-people connections that made the difference, not so much, the handshake with a high-ranking politician or official, but the people-to-people connections, the athlete-to-athlete, and the entourage that come with that, the family connections, the coaching connections, as Petra can speak to. These are the bonds, the transactions of sport diplomacy, as it rests on its sort of 3 core principles of communication, representation, and negotiation. And those 3 elements together, to my mind, provide an opportunity for sport to play a role. But equally, and we need to be mindful of this, and particularly at moments of acute conflict, as Lars said, to use Clausewitzian terms, the continuation of politics by other means is where we get to with war. At those moments, sport may seem a long way away from providing an answer, but I would suggest it does provide points of connection. And because of those transactions between, athletes, between communities, supporters, and particularly today connected by digital means, which means you don't have to necessarily be in the same space at the same time, you're able to make those points of contact that enable us to have relationships and to have discussions. And from those discussions, bonds can be made. And from those bonds, hopefully the absence of conflict can come about, and you can build in more of that. So, a single set piece, hosting an event, having a high profile global level athlete say something can make a contribution. But I would suggest it's much more at a community level, the sort of almost the grassroots. It can involve elite athletes, but the connections that can be made throughout, they're the things that provide security in civil society terms. They're the things that make connections between, a local, in this case, table tennis club in North London, where I am, or in Malmo, or in Cincinnati, or wherever it may be. All of these are the connections that can help understanding, communication, and hopefully lead to situations where conflict A doesn't escalate, and B can be resolved. But taking Lara's point, it's not an absence, it's a management exercise in that regard.
No, absolutely. And I concur very strongly there, especially with that last point around it. I think it can sometimes be a bit tempting to look at sport as a silver bullet for a number of these things. But I think unless and until there's that intentionality around how you're trying to connect across different levels, as you said, people to people, but also across different ecosystems or cultures, I don't know if it becomes as effective a tool as it can be. And actually, before I go back to Lars, I did want to bounce around a bit and go back to Connie for a question that I had based on what Simon's just mentioned. In terms of Lars's point around trying to elongate the pause between conflicts, reflecting back on your experience in 1971, Connie, just curious to know whether beyond the actual event itself or beyond the actual friendly tournament itself, if ties were maintained or how it actually manifested in terms of the relationships between not just the athletes, but also the administrators and perhaps even at the governmental level.
Yeah, it really did. Well, especially we had invited the team back to the United States in 1972. And as far as I'm concerned, I stayed connected a little bit with 2 or 3 different players, down through the years. And it has kept up, the relationship to some degree. Now, not totally, because of course I didn't speak Chinese, and they spoke very little English, especially back then. So I guess our State Department at the time wanted us to not think of it, of course, as any kind of a political gesture, that it was just really a friendship, a people-to-people exchange. They didn't want to give us any idea that the government was connected in any way at that time. However, of course, when the Chinese came back, they did meet our president, President Nixon, at the time. So it's kind of hard to separate the two, of just, being a friendship, people-to-people exchange, and having political implications, of course, because China did become part of the UN, I believe, 6 months after we went in to China. Diplomatic ties were opened up. President Nixon went to Shanghai and signed a communique there. So things moved in political directions too. And I often think, though, it takes two parties on both sides to want to establish diplomatic ties or establish do it. It doesn't work. So it has to have all those facets working together for a peaceful resolution.
Thank you, Connie. And I think that's a nice segue into the question that I had for Lars, actually. Lars, I think you've made a very lasting contribution right at the top of the panel discussion in terms of how you frame conflict as well as resolution. I'm very interested to hear some of your thoughts around some of the misconceptions around these concepts as well. What are some of the misconceptions that you would highlight with regard to the concept of peace or with regard to the concept of a conflict that perhaps hinders the opportunity to use sports like table tennis to solve some of these issues more effectively?
Oh, that's a difficult one. But let me start by saying that I think that sport, in many respects, is a great tool for creating, if not peace, then lasting relationships and good neighborhood, etc. If you travel, let's go. Years ago, I went to Egypt. I came to small villages, and young boys were playing with a football in the streets, and you joined them, and immediately there was a happy atmosphere, and we were enjoying playing together, despite the fact we didn't understand each other. I've tried that many times, also with table tennis. That you join up with people you don't know, and you have a great time, and you get connected with each other. And table tennis is maybe in particular fruitful in many respects because we know that in some countries, it's not legal to shake hands with a man, or you can't be close to one with a different sex. But table tennis, you're close to each other, but you're separated. It provides an enormous opportunity for what I call, recognizing each other, respect each other, regard each other as human beings, and I think this is, of course, the precondition for taking this step further up the ladder and to create peace or peaceful circumstances when we are talking about more severe conflicts. If people at the bottom are connected, it's more difficult to separate them from the top. But having said this, we shouldn't be blind for that. That sport is also for many countries, and have been for many countries, a legitimate means of demonstrating the superiority of the political economic system of the country. If we think about the Cold War, winning medals at the Olympics, it was an attempt to demonstrate to the enemy, that we were superior, right? So in that respect, sport you didn't have the peaceful function. It also had the kind of aggressive function. But still, and this is about misconception. Still, you could say that it was much better to compete about gold medals than striving for parity among the nuclear powers, getting more and more nuclear weapons. I think I'll stop here unless you come back with because I lost track of your question. Sorry about that.
No, I think just a quick follow-up that I had was in terms of I think in terms of those misconceptions, you beautifully highlighted what some of the remedies might be in terms of bringing different levels together and creating that lasting change. And what that really speaks to for me is, well, the legacy aspect of a number of these events or a number of these instances where different communities are able to come together And Petra, I know this is an issue that is of great interest, not just to you as your capacity as president of the federation, but more generally as someone who's always been connected with table tennis. Ping pong diplomacy, I think it's one of the biggest legacies in table tennis, perhaps even in sport. I'm very curious, and I'm sure our viewers are as well, to hear about what some plans might be to continue such legacy or even popularize it further. Because it seems like there's more and more need for such innovative solutions to bring different communities together at this point.
Yes, thank you. I mean, the legacy is there. We were talking now a lot about ping pong diplomacy back in 1971, but we also had in 1991 the joint Korea team, and in 2011, and where we have a peace event in Qatar. And I know that it's also later on another panel discussions in regards to that. And in 2018, we had the World Championships in my country, in Sweden, where we also had the possibility to join the Korean team. And in 2019, there was also the UN Global Refugee Forum, where we were also signing among, I think, 80 organizations pledge. And last but not least, when USA and China were bidding for our last World Championship that was held in Houston, and the next one in Chengdu, was also a joint bid. And this shows also how we can work together. But let's make it very clear. When we in the ITTF are doing our strategic plan, of course, we are not planning to be peacemakers, because we are not planning for conflict, even if we now know that that is the normal stage. But anyway, so for us, it's of course, when we created the foundation was created because we saw it was also a very good tool, because we did good in table tennis already before we created the foundation within our development area. And I'm very proud of table tennis and what everyone have done. And not to forget to mention also Leandro Olbeck, who is now managing director of the foundation. He was before in the development department and was a front runner in this area, because for all of us in table tennis, of course, we were focusing on table tennis, back and forth on 11-7. But we saw that through the development work, we could do more for our sport than only making nice events and nice result on the elite level. So of course, we will continue to do this in the ITTF and through the foundation, which is our social arm. We are sure that we can make even a good job, and the ping pong diplomacy is, of course, a tool that is here to stay. And whenever our 227 member associations feels that there is a need, or we feel that we can help them, we are ready, we are there. Last week or the week before, we supported the Ukrainian table tennis players to come back to the table tennis table and compete in Doha, Qatar. It was for us the first of the restart for them to come back to table tennis. And that is one activity that was done now in the last couple of weeks. But we are there for all our members whenever they need us and whenever we feel that we can help them. And through the foundation, we think that we have the skills and the tool to continue to create legacy, and ping pong diplomacy will hopefully always be there when needed.
Thank you, Petra. We definitely hope so here at the foundation as well, but more broadly as practitioners within sport diplomacy and sport for development. I see Lars wanted to come in there with a point. Lars, I'll go with you.
I just wanted to add that, in 1971, I think table tennis was there on the right time, in the right place. It was a bit of a kind of a lucky punch, of course, but it was also well prepared and well thought through. But I think the fact that it happened has created a legacy with a lot of storytelling, myths, etc., which are so important to exploit. So therefore, I think what Petra is telling us about, for instance, the Ukrainian team going back, that's the moment you can exploit your past, the history of the past, because You could also say that the 1971, that was a one-off and it will never happen again. But if you use this as a part of a storytelling and then keep this as a part of the legacy for the International Table Tennis Federation, I think it's very promising.
Thank you, Lars.
Simon, did you want to come in there?
Yeah, I'd just like to back Lars' point there. I think that table tennis, in some senses, had its moment in 1971, but that provided a lens through which other activities can be seen in the subsequent 50 years, and it's significant that for the reasons that Lars outlined and Connie and Petra would know well, that you are together in a small space, playing at a high level of intensity. You can see, as it were, the whites of your opponent's eyes. There are different ways that sport makes that play out. If the contest isn't, as it were, against another component, but against the clock, or in maybe archery, it's a target that's 50 meters away. There are different ways in which sporting competition brings people together, and therefore the time and the moment for some of those to be the sort of epitome, the cherry on the cake, if you like, to provide that moment, I think is really a wonderful thing to focus on. And if I may, I would think that it would be part of a federation strategy to think where they can make those connections and provide those opportunities. Maybe they're historical, maybe they're history moments to make in the future. But some of those occasions come about and can be constructed and thought through before they arrive, as it were, by happenstance. And that, to me, is where having a clear sport diplomacy strategy makes a difference. And you're able to, whether as a national nation state, whether as an individual sport, whether as a foundation, whether as an athlete or a team in a sport, in a team environment. I think in those instances, you can think about, construct some of the tools that will help those connections, that will perhaps enable you to perform at a higher level. So there's a dynamic there, but also to make some of the connections that enable that sort of knowledge exchange dimension that brings the connections that may bring other relationships. It may not, in this instance, solve world peace, but it may provide a connection that enables another relationship to take place, that enables a coaching connection, enables a mentoring connection. Maybe it's a next generational thing. So this is not just a spatial, but a temporal way of looking at the way that sport diplomacy works, which is why, looking back over our shoulders 50 years, Connie's experience and her teammates was such an important one back in the day.
Yeah.
Did you want to come in there, Connie?
No, I just think he said it very well. It happened to be, like he said, a happenstance. I mean, it just came out of the blue. But again, like I had said, I think from a political standpoint, both countries at that time wanted to get back into the world scene. And so, that was in play behind everything that happened. But what a wonderful way to do it. And of course, China, probably, that's a sport. They had been #1 in the world in it, and continues to this day to be. So they were going to probably pick something that could be displayed to the world too. So it was just a wonderful thing to be part of. I happened to be, like someone said earlier, in the right time, in right place at the right time.
I know that this is a day for celebration, as well as this is a discussion where the focus is very much on conflict resolution and peace building, but I would be remiss if I did not introduce some conflict here as well with regard to one of the opinions. I mean, I know we've heard that now, that perhaps it was a happenstance or it was right place, right time, but at the top of the discussion, one of the words that I mentioned was, and I see Simon smiling there, one of the words that I mentioned was intentionality. And Connie, I thought you did a very good job of touching upon that when you took us down memory lane, and when you mentioned that it was indeed a very friendly setup, the way it was arranged, the way it was conducted, the way it was communicated also. And I think there's more. I think there's more to just the use of that phrase there. I think there was a really intentional effort that was made, well, to generate friendship. And perhaps that is what sets something like the original ping pong diplomacy event apart from a number of events that across a number of sports come and go in terms of fostering long-lasting relationships and legacies. My view essentially is that had that intentionality not been there in China to begin that conversation or to begin that process from the point of view of friendship, the way you talked about it, Connie, perhaps we would not be talking about it 50 years later today. So just want to hear some thoughts on that reflection as well, if anybody wants to jump in.
I'll jump in very quickly. My reading of Kissinger's intentionality in this was, and it's the arch realist, if you like, a man who can write a book that big on a subject of diplomacy is, certainly has a lot to say. But I think his intentionality and that of the Nixon regime was certainly to a rapprochement with China. And it served other realist goals because of the heightened concern about Chinese support for revolutionary movements elsewhere in the world. The United States was deeply involved in the Vietnam conflict at the time. The Russo-US relationship was strained. So the idea that you could triangulate great power nations with China was, certainly appealing to Kissinger. In that sense, ping pong became, a vehicle, but the intentionality to, bring the People's Republic of China into the international realm was very much there as part of the Nixon administration's goals. And, maybe if it hadn't been ping pong, it would have been high art, or maybe it would have been musicianship. There were other possibilities. It wasn't sought out in that way, but I think ping pong, and this is to Connie, her teammates, and the reciprocity of the competition and the nature of the sport, I think made it, as it were, the prime candidate as a vehicle for the intentionality of political processes, the context which I spoke about right at the outset, that shape the world in which we live at any given point in time.
Lars, go ahead.
Yeah, it struck me that we have this 71 diplomacy thing, which is state versus state, right? But I think we have also good examples of sport being used as a constructive attempt to create good societies and good states, and I think that could also maybe be a source of inspiration for the ITTF of today. Let me just take, China. When the People's Republic of China was declared, the leadership of the Chinese government, they knew exactly that they needed something to create stronger social cohesion, because after the Civil War there was a lot of course internal conflicts and problems. So they needed to create stronger social cohesion. They had a huge health problem, and they needed to find some instruments which could generate and improve health in a cheap but efficient way. And thirdly, they also needed heroes. They needed idols, which the population, could look up to. And it came to Mao and some of the other guys. Table tennis was the answer. So they invested millions of yuan in producing table tennis tables, rackets, balls, and spread it all over China. And it was, of course, in these founding years that table tennis took off in the direction of a world sport, and etc. But what I'm saying is, China didn't do this for the sake of being world number one. China did this in order to improve its internal deficiencies. And in that respect, it could also be a strategy for more poor countries of today. to use similar ideas. Sorry.
Thank you, Lars. That's actually a really insightful reflection there that makes me want to go back to Petra. Petra, in your role as the president for the federation, then, are you starting to see some of the themes that Lars is talking about?
What do you mean?
I mean, in terms of member countries or member associations where perhaps the sport was not as popular before, but is starting to become more popular, and not just from a sporting standpoint, but from a cultural standpoint.
Yes.
Or health.
Yes, I think, I mean, particularly the health perspective, as I said earlier, I mean, coming out of the period of time with the pandemic, I see in a lot of countries also, we see the different programs that we have within the foundation, where we also try to, in developing countries, how they can make their own tables to play on, etc. It's not so much about table tennis. It's about doing something together, and then table tennis is very accessible, and more or less every table is a table tennis table. You can just put some books in the middle, and you can play. So yes, I believe that is absolutely how it is, and that's why I think it was. I was also sitting reflecting, listening to Lars, because there is a lot of. If you dig into this topic, there is so much more into it, and I also believe what was said before, that when it comes to yes, it was maybe a coincidence how it happened back in the days, but I believe that sport as a vehicle can bring people together, and as said before, I mean, then table tennis is a good sport because we can bring it more or less everywhere. So yes, I fully agree on what Lars said.
One small follow-up that I have, Petra, then, is right at the end there, you mentioned that table tennis is one of the sports that it's easier to bring people together as well, and it's very accessible as well.
Yes.
And I know one of the issues that's very close to you is enhancing participation across different groups. So for women and children to use it as a tool for empowerment, for enhancing their self-efficacy, but also people with disabilities to use it as a tool for social integration or enhanced participation in society. I also see these issues as examples of conflict at the grassroots. So I'm very interested to hear your thoughts about how table tennis could basically act as a tool to address some of these more developmental issues at the grassroots also.
I think actually you made a very good summary, because I think that in terms of diversity and inclusion, table tennis is also a perfect sport. We spoke about before. I mean, we are in a small room. It can be a big room also, but we are not necessarily, and it's not like a contact sport. So it means that in some cultures you can be dressed however you like to be dressed, and you also don't have to be in a physical contact, which also means that we can all play table tennis together. And I also see how that makes our sports very positively seen in different cultures with different religions, etc., etc. There is no limits for our sport, but I do see that we struggles in terms of making our sport as open for everyone as it could be. So here I like to actually push a lot in terms of gender equity, and why do we only have, in very many areas of around the world, we only have around 10 to 15% female table tennis players. Is that an inclusive sport then? Why is the rest of the female community not taking part in our sport? I know from my meetings, I'm actually at the moment in Lausanne at IOC, and I know from statistics I saw yesterday that within different sports, it's around 10%. So why is sport not attracting females to participate on all levels? Because this, I think it's all over. It's not only the elite part, this is also grassroots level. And as we know, sport is a very important tool for health. We say table tennis for all for life. And there is, of course, the tool that we have, that you can play table tennis also all your life. And we also see now that we have table tennis as a tool for those having diseases like Parkinson, etc. They feel much better and comfortable when they play table tennis. So here I think we can do much more, and I'm very eager to be part of that work as newly elected president, because this is a very important area for table tennis to continue its journey and do even more.
Thank you, Petra, for those thoughts. And as we approach the end of the panel, I think it was absolutely fantastic to hear you sum up a number of issues, especially with regard to the journey that is yet to be undertaken when it comes to the use of table tennis with regard to enhancing social cohesion across different demographics. I think it would only be fitting if we could go to each of the panelists who still remain for their key takeaways very quickly, perhaps no more than 30 or 40 seconds each. And we might go Lars and then Simon. And because she started this, I would love for Connie to finish this as well.
Yes, and you want us to summarize, or?
Yes, one key takeaway that you have, or one key recommendation that you perhaps have to enhance the legacy of ping pong diplomacy.
Very quick point. I think there are two very strong reasons for table tennis becoming one of the most popular and interesting sport in the next 25 years. One aspect is the rising China, which will increase the value and importance of table tennis as an instrument for showing your political economic system working. I think the Europeans will try to catch up. Secondly, the other reason why table tennis will become one of the largest and most popular sports in the next 25 years is related to what Petra said, the health issue. More and more people have realized, that people above 60, people with Parkinson, people with dementia, they can benefit enormously from playing table tennis. And there is a quiet revolution already on its way in many countries. So for these two reasons, we are on the right way.
Thank you, Lars. Simon?
I would just add to that and utilize the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals as a way of bringing in line, concerns about health, gender equality, access, education. These are all positive aspects that table tennis can provide. It's soft power back into the dialogue here, and I think it's a great opportunity. And I wish Petra and all her colleagues well with that effort.
And now we'll go to Connie.
Yes, I like the aspect of gender equality, of getting more females involved in sports in general. I know growing up, I was a lot of times the only female, and even today in our table tennis club, I'm the only female that's playing table tennis. So I would love to see, that go forward, and the ITTF try to get involved in that part of it. And I'd like to say that I really think sports do provide a very common ground for people to connect in a peaceful way. And I sure hope that that continues in the future, and that we never forget that we can put away our differences a lot of times and conflicts through peaceful contact in sports.
Thank you, Connie. And with that, Petra, I think a number of things that we need to keep working towards, both as the Federation as well as the Foundation. And from my side, I feel it's been a fantastic discussion. Thank you, everybody, for making time. Thank you for your incredibly rich contributions on this International Day for table tennis. And we really appreciate the insights that will keep guiding the work that the ITTF and all of the organizations under the umbrella are trying to do here. So thank you once again from the ITTF Foundation and from the ITTF. I wish you all a very happy World Table Tennis Day again, and cannot wait to speak with you again. And I'm sure our paths will cross again at the 100th anniversary of Ping Pong Diplomacy.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Take
Good
care,
luck.
everybody.
Take care,
Thank you.
everyone.
Happy World Table Tennis Day.
Happy World Table Tennis Day to everybody. Welcome to this panel discussion about refugee and trauma, understand and support resilience. You are here at the World Table Tennis Day live stream. Today, we celebrate our beautiful sport all around the world. My name is Wiebke Schäffler, Head of Operation at the ITTF Foundation, and I wish you all a very happy World Table Tennis Day, which at the same time is the International Day on Sports for Development and Peace. This year's topic is ping pong diplomacy. In a time where it's more needed than ever, our aim is to show how table tennis can be used to make peace, not only on a state level, but also by all of us, you and me, table tennis lovers. We all experience this feeling of just feeling good when we play table tennis. It's something we are comfortable with, it's something we know. So let's use April 6th, World Table Tennis Day, to share this feeling with others. Many people are doing so. On World Table Tennis Day, today in the morning, we had 216 events registered in a total of 87 countries all around the world. Experience shows that there are many more outside celebrating all together. So today we are a big community celebrating our sport. So being this big community, today we want to put different people and experiences into the spotlight all around the topic of ping pong diplomacy. I mentioned before, table tennis makes us feel good, while it's human nature to fear the unknown and unfamiliar. Nevertheless, people migrate every day, and many are even forced to flee from their homeland. So in this session, you will see and hear the true story of a refugee. Let me briefly share my screen with you. Can you see my screen? I hope so. So in this session, it's my pleasure to welcome Ms. Elena Kakar, President of, whoops, why does it, yeah, here we are. President of the Afghanistan Table Tennis Federation. It's my pleasure to welcome you here, Elena. Elena grew up in Afghanistan. She's a very strong woman. We met together at Houston in the World Table Tennis Championships last year. She's a great example, and I think she is an example for many of us, standing at the forefront of table tennis in Afghanistan. Elena was forced to flee in 2021, and she is currently based in the USA. Welcome, Elena. On the other side, we have Ms. Corinna Klinger. Corinna is a certified psychologist, a systematic counselor and therapist for both refugees and host communities. She's working in an NGO called Mosaic Leipzig, in Leipzig, Germany, actually where our ITTF Foundation headquarters are too. And this Mosaic Association is actually the leading organization in migration counseling and transcultural dialogues. Thank you very much, Corinna, for joining us today. So we will start the discussion now, and we are happy to have a very vivid interaction with all of you. So all the viewers watching the stream actually on Facebook today, in case you have any questions, please follow the link to go to World Table Tennis Day on VFairs. Go to the auditorium, join our session, and ask all the questions you have in the chat. We will then have the chance to read them here and to answer them. So enough from the introduction. I'd like to go now to our discussion and to our different topics. So I would like to create a basis at the first time from where we are But before we start, a very tiny question to Corinna. I mean, we all know that Elena is very involved in table tennis, being the president of Afghanistan Table Tennis Federation. What about you, Corinna? Do you play?
Well, only every once in a while, once I'm on vacation, or once I'm on a playground where there's a table. But I'm not really good at it, I have to admit. But I always looked up to the people who were able to play really good and also do like these group things and running around and then playing. So we did that when we were kids, but haven't done it in a long while. But maybe this should be like a little push in order to do it again. Now that it's becoming spring here in Germany and nicer outside, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, there are a lot of outdoor tables here in the city, and it's a great sport for everyone. So yeah, thank you very much, Corinna. Can you start, please, telling our audience and us a little bit the difference between, I mean, we have these two terms, we have refugees and we have migrants. Can you tell us a little bit about who is a refugee, who's a migrant?
Mm-hmm. Well, if I would like to start showing my presentation, maybe gonna switch to it so that you all get to see it. I'm gonna take it back in a little bit. So see if it goes on presentation mode. It won't. Okay, because I've got one of the slides prepared. Actually, migration is a process where you willingly leave your hometown or the place where you currently live, and you plan to leave and go really from one spot A to one spot B. And you know exactly where you're going to land and what it will be like. Mostly people expect that they will have a better life to the place where they want to migrate at. They have a chance of organizing things ahead, like, putting their stuff together, everything that's important to them, ship it or transfer it to this new place. They have a chance of getting acquainted with the structural situation. For example, the educational system, the health system, the bureaucracy at this new place, and you can even say goodbye to people you like, and start off in a new place. Flight, on the other hand, is a situation where you have to leave home because your life is in danger and you are forced to leave. Mostly people don't want to leave, but they have to in order to secure their life or the lives of their family. And it often happens unplanned and very sudden. And it happens in very many stations. So sometimes people just go to family members or friends that live in a different area in their own home country before they move on to another place because they maybe can't stay there. And then they, start crossing borders. Usually they, are situated in big refugee camps in neighboring countries. And then from there, they start to try to organize their flight, which goes maybe further. And before people arrive in Europe, for example, or even in Germany, which is in the center of Europe, it takes a very long way. And what the studies show is that already the process of doing migration is exhausting, stressful for our organism, and has an effect on our immune system. So it reduces the good T cells, which are important, to keep us healthy. And so this is already stressful. So we can imagine what the process of flight means for the stress on our immune system. I'm going to talk more a little bit later about when we go to the subject of trauma, but just to have like a little insight in the two different things. Some people even say flight is part or an aspect of migration. I don't want to get into the definitions of that, but just to see what the differences are and what it has, what effect it has on our health in general.
Thank you very much, Corinna. Elena, how do you see yourself? What are you?
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the explanation of the difference between migrant and refugee. So basically through this definition, I see myself as a refugee because I never had this plan to leave my country based on my choice to say bye to my colleagues or everything. Whatever happened in my country from 15 August 2021, while the Kabul was collapsed by the Taliban. So it took us time that we were forced to leave, as we didn't have life there back in Afghanistan. I still remember the date on 15th of August, while I was just sitting at my office as a normal. We never thought that this will happen. No one was ready. I mean, there were some insecurity situation in Afghanistan, but we always believed like it will be kind of solved or maybe due to international cooperation or whatever, but no one was ready for such an event which happened in Afghanistan. We were just sitting in our office, and then we heard the gunshot, and then we heard you should leave back to your home because the Taliban have taken over the Kabul, and you should get yourself to home. My destination from my place to my office to my home was just only 5 minutes. But that day it took me 3 hours to reach it because what I saw in that day, the city, it was like mostly people have seen those situations in the movies. While you see zombies are going from here to there and they don't have any destination. So we were having that experience, seeing this life. And road were blocked, people were just running by feet, by car, by any way, and everyone just trying to go to their own destination. It blocked the way, so the 5-minute destination took us 3 hours to reach home. While arriving to home for 2 days, myself, I couldn't believe it. I mean, it sounds like it's just a sleep, maybe, but it was not.
It's okay, Elena, if you prefer, we make a small break and we keep talking. You keep talking after a couple of minutes. So coming back to Corinna, give some time to Elena, but as you all can see, it's a very emotional thing. It's very, very emotional, and it's for sure a very hard experience Elena is sharing today with us here. So I would like to ask you, Corinna, we all know the word trauma, and I think we can see it and we can feel it here together with Elena. Can you please define for our audience a little bit about what is trauma actually and what causes trauma?
So also, thank you, Helena, for sharing this with us. I think it's very important that we get the insight, of people like you, who went through this experience. And I'm gonna maybe explain a little bit what's going on with us, or what like a traumatic situation is and what it does to our organism. And I'm gonna switch to the presentation again. And I would like to start off with like the subject of stress and stress reaction, because this is like the main subject underlying traumatic experiences. And here I'm gonna have some slides where I'm gonna show you what the natural instinct is to a stressful situation. And a traumatic situation always means a life-threatening situation. People who are in a life-threatening situation, or who think they are in a life-threatening situation, we are always talking about a subjective perspective here. It's all subjective, but usually when we are under a life-threatening situation, our organism has this instinctive response to danger, which are the ones that you already know. It's fight, flight, and freeze response. So usually whenever there's a danger coming at us, our organism gets ready to protect us. And that means that everything is being activated. Our whole sensory system is very active. We are very aware of things. Everything that we hear, that we smell, that we touch, all the stimuli get into our system with no filter. So, you know, it's a lot that we have, that our organism takes in and that sticks with us. But our organism is very old, so we are here for a long time on Earth, and us as a human race, we are kind of trauma survivors. We've learned to survive dangerous, life-threatening situations, and those are our instincts. And usually, you know, if the danger is not too much, is if our stress level is in a certain area, we are able to fight or to flee. If it gets too much, our organism has other processes to protect us. If the stress, the danger gets too much, if the senses are too much, our organism shuts down and we start to freeze, or even our consciousness starts to black out, which is also like a safety thing. That doesn't mean that our body does not store the senses and the experiences it has, but our consciousness might be shut down so that we don't have active memory of things that happen in the situation. And we call this fragment, because sometimes memories are fragmented or stored in a fragment way in our brain. The next slide shows you that the stress factors reach us, and in like short time period, like seconds, our system decides what we're going to do, and we will never know how we are going to react in this dangerous situation, whether we will whether we are fighting, whether we are fleeing, whether we are freezing. We cannot say this beforehand. So our body, you know, our stem brain just starts reacting instinctively. And you can see that there's like a hormonal cocktail that's going on in our brain or in our system, and our muscles are like flooded with hormones and energy, which we call survival energy. And this is important, that, you know, like in this moment, people get so much energy in order to survive that it makes it possible for all the refugees fleeing, you know, to other countries for such a long time and surviving things and overcoming things, not feeling their pain, for example, you know, because certain hormones are transmitted. And so we are able to do things we normally wouldn't be able to do. We just survive. And the problem sometimes is that this survival energy gets stuck in our bodies and we don't get it out. So like modern therapies always include, trauma therapies always include like body-oriented exercises, because it's important to get this energy out of the body. So for example, if you notice people trembling, it's a natural response in order to get this energy out, which is good. And it's always good to tell people that it's, you know, your body, your organism already starts to heal. And we are like, our organism is infected on every level. So we have the cognitive level, you know, that's flooded with all this information. And it stores it because our organism is smart and it wants us to be aware. And whenever there's a danger, maybe in the future, that we react even earlier. Like, for example, we had this burn in our apartment, and my mom smells burned things like hundreds of kilometers away, which I don't, because I don't have this experience, but she is very aware of these senses. So, you know, different things get stored, and we react, of course, on our emotional level. You know, there's a lot of fear, maybe anger. We are affected on our body level, and our behavior is affected. The good news is we can regulate also on every level. So since we know that every level is affected, every response level, we can also act on every level now consciously after the event in order to regulate our organism. And I just wrote down some of the stress reactions on this one side of the slide. and some regulation possibilities on the other side. So what people often say when they are under stress, and we have to also differentiate between our like daily stress and hassles and life-threatening events. So when we are under life-threatening events, we don't think, we just act. But our daily hassles, or like, you know, in the aftermath of a crisis, we can consciously reflect on things. We can consciously pause maybe, and then, you know, feel what's going on within us, on our, you know, when it comes to our thoughts or when it comes to our body. So people often say, okay, when I'm under stress or after trauma, they have nightmares, they have problems with memory and concentration. So we often have this, that refugees are in these German courses and they are very motivated to learn German, but it's so hard for them because they have all this other, you know, influences and memories in their brain, which are not put in order yet. So it's all very chaotic. And so it's hard for them to get something else inside. We have stress reactions, you know, on the emotional level, which I already said. And then usually when we are under stress, we have this rapid heartbeat, we are short of breath, we are sweating, trembling, dizziness, like ear ringing are typical signs, you know, like that I might have a daily stressor. And gastrointestinal distress, you know, like our digesting system usually reacts very strong. And what do people do? Of course, when we are under stress, maybe we avoid certain situations. We withdraw from society. We start maybe consuming more or less, you know. Some people even tend to self-medicate, try to use drugs in order to sleep, in order to reduce the pain. And some even have like hectic or aggressive behavior. And everybody of us, I guess, can relate to a daily stress. You know, we all have stress, and we know what it's like to have a lot of stress and how we are, and that our nerves are like, you know, it only needs a little pinch and we are like, you know, acting out even, you know, which we wouldn't on a normal level. So if you like multiply this by 100 times, this is the reaction that people have afterwards, usually when they have had like or lived through a life-threatening experience. So if we look on the other side, what can we do in order to regulate our body in these kind of situations, is to, on a cognitive level, prioritize things. First of all, to check in and say, okay, I feel stress. Usually we notice on the body level that we have stress. And then, you know, we can check in, like we can say, okay, I'm breathing fast, my heart beats, what's going on? And then first of all, just stop and ask the questions, is there a life danger? Is someone in danger? Am I in danger? And if you can say no, you can just breathe and stand still, and then, you know, check your situation and what you need to do. There are a lot of YouTubers now who are talking about their recovery from traumatic stress. I really recommend like checking in these channels, because they have some good things that they put out, and I try to generalize what everybody does, and it's usually what we also recommend in therapy, which is like journal. Put down your thoughts, everything you have in your mind, bring it out. It's important to bring it out. What do we have like practice as a human race? We use all the art forms in order to bring out our emotions, to share our emotions, to share our thoughts. May it be through singing, playing instruments, dancing, doing, you know, some kind of creative art, everything that's good in order to bring it out and to share it and show it to the world. And often it helps people to see that others might have the same feelings, might have the same thoughts, and that we are all connected in a way. So it's also important to like find a group of people that you can connect with and bring things out. And I recommend to our clients who are not able to write, maybe that they talk it into their phones. There's this possibility in order to speak, you know, what's it called? Maybe someone can help me here. What the function is called in the phone, where you just, you know, tell it to the phone and it just saves what you were saying. Maybe you will.
I'm searching for the word too. I don't find it in English, right?
So, and some positive affirmations, write it on your mirror where you check every morning, write it on a piece of paper, put it on your door, like things that make you feel good. Imagination is, especially for kids, is like a great tool because they are still in this magical phase where you can imagine. Like I did that with my daughter right now, because of course our kids are affected by the Ukrainian war as well. They are in fear, is the war coming? You know, they feel compassionate for the people, you know, in Ukraine, what's happening to them. And so we imagined a protective shield. And we really sat there with a candle and, you know, we tried to speak into the world what we want, what, you know, what, like world peace, you know. And so my daughter really took that on, and we can really imagine like protective shields for other people, for us. And we don't know what kind of energy it has and what goes out in the world, but we can really use these good imagination techniques. There are a lot more that we use in therapy. It's just to give you an example. Mindfulness is practice, writing, praying, you know, everything that's like calming us. Breath work is really good because through breath, we can regulate our organism really fast. We can really fast calm down. There's like a tapping technique. I put that on a different slide where you can read it or you can try it out. There are tapping techniques. It's self-help for trauma. And I tried it myself, and it really calmed me down in a very fast way. Like it only takes a few minutes. It's important to watch your sleep, you know, that everything that you put a structure and a routine to your day once you had really a stressful time. And also like social engagement is very important, that you try to connect to people who have a similar experience, talk to them, which is one thing that in all the bad things when it comes to Ukrainian people, they have a very strong connection in Telegram groups, you know, from what I found out. And this is very good because it helps us to cope with the situation, and it's a collective experience. And also, if you have a singular experience, to try to find the people who had kind of like the same experience and connect with them. So self-help groups are very important. Maybe Elena, you can say what helped you, you know, when it came to these things. Going outside into nature. I don't know if you know that if you take a hand of soil, there are pheromones who have an antidepressive effect on us. So, you know, it's like the word grounding is, you know, it makes a lot of sense when we hear the scientific things behind, you know, soil and what kind of effect it has on us. Okay.
Thank you so much, Corinna.
I'm going to stop in a second just to show you the different stress levels. I didn't find an English picture for this, so it's just a German, just to tell you the difference between a normal stress. Like stress is not bad for us as humans. It can also help us to achieve a lot of things, but we need a break afterwards, or we need a phase of recovery. But if we don't have this, the stress can make us sick.
Thank you very much. I'm really impressed how well prepared you are, Corinna. I would really appreciate if you could share this presentation afterwards with us, so that if we are allowed to share it also with our audience, because there are a lot of learning inputs for all of us. But I'd really like to come back to Elena once again. You said so many interesting things. I really had this example of, I think it's something easy for us to understand, this example about the burning apartment, that your mother is able to react much faster now, and you are not. I think this is something we all can understand. And Elena, I think for most of us sitting here together, seeing you discussing together, it's like we are not in your shoes. We can't understand. We need you somehow to explain us how did you feel, how you're feeling now. So I would really appreciate it to come back to your story if you're able to talk to us and tell us your story about how did it feel, what happened when you had to leave your home. I mean, we were in close connection at that time also, and we had also these always these meshes, like you were in a place and you were about to take a plane and then you had to go back, and then a new plane and you had to go back, and it was like, oh, poor of her. But I'd really like it to hear it from you.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I'm sorry for what happened just early. I was just about to share from where we start to being as a refugee. So after the collapse, it took me 1 month to leave the country. During the 1 month, I got myself gathered and start being in communication with my international friends or organization, which ITTF and ITTF Foundation is one of them. That maybe I will just put a touch or say thanks to those organizations that helped me during that refugee time. But on mid of September, my first trip started from Kabul to Mazar Sharif. Before that, I got the Qatar visa, and the Qatar Table Tennis Federation obtained a visa that if I could, it will be a secure way if I could reach myself to Qatar. And meanwhile, I got Pakistan visa. So I was on a way to go to airport. It was early of September to go to Pakistan, from Pakistan to flew to Qatar. But on the way, my car had been stopped through the Taliban and a lot of questions, and I was not allowed to go to the airport. So I went back to home. But then due to so many other reasons, I had to leave my own space. And for that, I traveled to the Mazar Sharif. For Mazar Sharif, and there my name was added in a list of evacuations. So from Mazar, I flew to Qatar. But 15 to 20 days I stayed in Mazar. But during that period, so many times, not only me, all those other Afghans that their name was in evacuation list, around 4 times we've been in the buses way to airport, or we were in the bus to go to airport, the plan was cancelled. Even 2 times we were in the airport, we were checked out, everything was fine, we was waiting for the flight. Still the Taliban didn't allow, we went back to the camp. And in Mazar camp, how I spent that 10 to 15 days, it was spending those time in a room, sharing with 7 other peoples, with 3 different families, male and female, all together in one room. So it was very, exaggerated. And those all situations have put it more in everyone, not only on me. But luckily, our plane took off on 3rd of October from Mazar to Qatar. So we arrived in Qatar on early 1 a.m. 4th of October. So definitely this process was not easy, and everyone was going through, not only me, everyone. Even those who are in the country or those who have been flued. And from Qatar, we spent 27 days in Qatar, and then we take off from Qatar to Philadelphia on 31st of October. We arrived to Philadelphia, and from Philadelphia, we moved to New Jersey in a camp. So both in Qatar and in New Jersey, we were staying in a military camp. So the environment of those camps is putting you stress itself, because you understand, the way that you brought up, the way you are spending time there, it was, not easy to spend the time there. And being in Qatar and this New Jersey camp, I experienced being in the Conex, I experienced being in the tents, sharing spaces with the people, and you don't have your own place to overcome for what you plan to do. And things were like, you have to do it. Like your food was already scheduled, you should eat this. And the clothes they provide, you should just use this. And already everything was scheduled. You have to go through what have been already scheduled for you. And you don't have any other choice rather to do this. I think these all situations also put a stress on from one hand, you have those trauma and the feel of the losses for whatever you have. From other hand, experiences, disorders, restrictions, and already schedule things for you. These two get together will burn out someone. So thanks so much, Karina, for sharing about the stress mechanism and how it cope up. But for us, I believe we experience almost all the emotions, like stress, depression, nervous, fearness, anxiety, all negative the emotions. So we went through. For me, the coping mechanism was, first of all, in that situation, you lose your mind. Like, as you said, I was isolating myself. I didn't have appetite, not talking, and mostly crying, definitely. And the nightmare was every night, not only nightmare, but crying in the night and talking during the night. So most, like, those 4 months being in those camps, almost 4.5 months, is something like I don't want to even recall or talk about it. Just only it's the second time I just want to talk about it, because it's very bad experience of not only my life, but all those have been went through this. But for me, the coping mechanism was just only to get engaged myself with my work. I mean, this laptop was with me. I left Afghanistan with only one bag, which was my cell phone, my laptop, and my certificates, and only one clothes that I was wearing. For 1 month, I was wearing the same clothes that we call it burqa, the long black dress, because we were living Kabul to Mazar, from Mazar to Qatar. So I used to wear the same clothes. But for me, the mechanism was to get engaged back with the work. It helped me a bit. And then in Qatar camp, I get myself engaged with IOM, and I started working with them as a volunteer and get engaged with them and receive these all trainings that we were the one to support the other community member. And meanwhile, I was in contact with the ITTF, with the Madrid, with the Urgent Action Funds, with Frontline Defenders. Since I was an evacuated living in the refugee camps, still I had to help others who are left behind, my colleagues, my friends from different backgrounds. So even being in Qatar, I tried too much to participate the Asia Championship, but I was not allowed to leave the camp. But so this was another stress. But being in the New Jersey, where I experienced living in the tent, sharing the same space, and seeing a lot of trauma, negative things were happening around with the people, with the families. And I was there since I was started working with the military as a volunteer, especially with the Peace Corps. So I was more involved with the more situation of the people in the camp. It also added so many negative energy inside me. And and I think it dropped me down. So it came in a time that I need a consultation in the camp. They refer me to a doctor. But their method was just put you in a medicine. They put me for medicine for sertraline, quantifermin, and also they added sleeps. And while taking those medicine for 1 month, I started not feeling good, but still it added more on me. But somehow I tried to manage those 3 months in the camp. And on 31st of January, we left the camp to Colorado, Denver. And while arriving to Colorado, Denver, still we didn't have our own space. So I had to live with a host family here for a month until I find my space. So the last time that I lived in my own space was 25th of February. So starting from 25th of February till now, it's been almost 14 days that I'm out of this dramatic trip or being a refugee from camp to camp. And yeah, this was the experience, how I started in being a refugee. And since not only me, but all Afghan people, we are kind of family oriented. And in a blink of eye, when you see that you lost your family have been divided in every places. Right now, my family is divided in each corner of the places. Just only my parents have been left behind. Like now I have my brother in Germany, I have my brother in Portugal, I have my sister in Sweden, I have my other sisters left behind in India. My parents are in Kabul, myself, I'm here. So this is the big loss. I mean, even till now, we are thinking how we can get together. Is it possible to get together? I mean, and the second thing was losing of your career. We spent our time building our career. We never thought us this will happen. And all those investments that we had, like I told you, I just left with one bank. Our bank was seized because I was working with the government. The bank was seized. I left the job. I left whatever I built, friends, family, everyone, and just leave the country with one pair of clothes and one bag, which you have just only phone, laptop, and your certificates. So still now, even like it have been past couple of months, but thinking about it, it's not something like easily you will move on. Still, it needs time to recover. And for what you mentioned, like there are different coping mechanism. Maybe for me, I understand I should get myself involved with my work, with my laptop, or get engaged with my friends still, or start working as a volunteer wherever I arrive. But for the most of the people, they cannot understand. You will be put in a situation that your mind is blocked. You don't know what to do. Even taking your phone, going to the YouTube, it requires a lot of energy and it requires motivation to go through it. So I think we will next talk about how the society should behave or take actions once refugees arrive in that place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elena. Actually, that was right the question I would like to ask you, because I think you gave us the feeling of your life. I mean, you had such an autonomous life, and you made your life, and you had everything in Afghanistan, and then the Taliban took over, and from that moment on, it was like these circumstances and other people decided on where to send you next, and they decided on your life. So I think that must be a very difficult situation for so long. So being on the other side, I mean, many of us, as mentioned before, we never had the situation of fleeing. We can't really feel what you feel, even if you explain us. And of course, the first reaction is, I think of all of us, we just want to give you a big hug and be together with us. But it's from this outside perspective, because we don't have your feelings. What would be your wish? How should society, how should people behave in face of these situations of being with you? What would you have wished from society?
Thank you so much. First of all, like there are, if I categorize it into type, like once there will be society that you have direct communication with them, face-to-face and daily life. And then there is another community where they reach you or talk to you through online platforms or being in communication with them, that they offer their supports. So for me, while being as a refugee and experiences being in different camps, I appreciate the behavior they provided. I mean, their patience through the refugees and how honestly they were delivering their tasks. And from other hand, while I was engaged with the other organization like ITTF Foundation, which provided great support, help, it really helped me and helped my colleagues back in Afghanistan that they received the supports, because these kind of supports mentally will provide you positive energies, because you feel you're not alone in this journey. So there are people that they are holding your back, no matter where you are, but they are just trying. I mean, while being in that situation, and I was in a continuous conversation with the Qatar Table Tennis Federation and also with the ITTF Foundation, it was a spark of hope, not only for me, also for my whole team. And the and the fund we received from the ITTF Foundation, it was a great support, because as I mentioned, this kind of support. And also other organization was also in contact with me, like Madrid, Urgent Action Funds. So through them, we small supporters, those small supporters kind of just gave little of hope that, okay, we can go through this. But in the community, I think while being as a refugee, as Corona mentioned, people will go through a lot of emotions. First of all, being an active member in the society, you should come over all these emotions. So from my perspective, when I was going through these all emotions and I visited to consult to a doctor, they put me on the medications. I think that is not supporting. The support mechanism would be like how you should communicate, how you should understand them, or provide them a platform that they should talk, they should cry, they should share their feelings. It should not be suppressed. Those medication was suppressing your feeling inside. If not that day, but the next day it will be exposed. But I think the emotion support is the biggest support if a community want to provide for a refugee. Of course, there are some sort of programs that the government of each country in every corner of the world have organized that if a refugee will come, these steps should be taken, shelter, food, or this. That is fine. That is for the physical maintenance of the body. But what harm a refugee is the mental disorder. That they go through it. I think this is the biggest things that they should consider. And till I have arrived in the US and going through this all, unfortunately, still I couldn't get an appointment to schedule my appointment with for consultations because I stopped those medicines because I saw this bad side effect of that. And I understand they provide food, they provide shelter, they provide clothes, that's fine. But if we wanna cure the root, curing the root is to overcome, first of all, through these all emotions. To have a human can live when they have a hope, a human can live when they are happy. But if they are having this negative emotion inside, doesn't matter where you're living, doesn't matter what you're eating, doesn't matter how nice you're dressing, but still you don't feel yourself and you're in the process of losing yourself, and it causes big problems. So I think in each community, doesn't matter where the refugee will end up, the first thing that should be provided beside these basic needs should be emotional supports to them, and should be there to understand them and working with them how they can overcome and what in future they can be. I think this is the most, from my experience that I went through, so I'm sharing this. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Elena. I think that helped a lot. There's just a very interesting question coming in. By the way, for all of you having questions, don't hesitate to ask them now because our time is almost over, but I really would like to ask this question about what are the don'ts? Where should people be cautious? It's you're passing through a traumatic, or you have passed through a traumatic situation. You're in a very complicated situation. You have been in a very complicated situation. Is there anything you said, oh, when they said this to me, it made me feel worse? Or are there any don'ts, what people should not do?
Okay, thanks so much. I know, I understand, I'm talking from my experiences, from my geographical part, but I think everyone as a refugee will go through it. So people who got refugee from the third world countries, like from Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, Palestine, or Iraq, and now whatever happened in Ukraine. So the most common compliment we receive, oh, it's okay, you came to United States. Oh, okay, you went to Europe. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's not fine. No one have been dreamed to be refugee, to go to another country while leaving everything that they had. You cannot understand someone, so please stop judging them. You don't understand what the happiness of person is inside them. So while being as a refugee, I think for everyone, now I also learned this, and I'm implementing this not only with the refugees, but with everyone surrounding me. If you want to help someone, give them time just to listen. Don't judge them. Don't give any compliment. Don't show them what they should do. They will gradually find your way what to do. But the only thing, give them positive emotional support, and they will find their way gradually. And don't judge them for what they are receiving as a support. Maybe that was not meant for them, and they were not looking for that. And that it's very hard for a refugee to explain, like, I'm happy being in this country. I understand, I appreciate receiving these all supports, but my happiness, my heart is
once you're in a park. So I guess it's a good thing.
Thank you very much, Corinna. Is by our motto, every table is a table tennis player. In this sense, thank you both very, very much for this very fruitful discussion. I wish all of you a very happy World Table Tennis Day. And we will have a very small break now, and then we're coming to the next input in our live stream, which is called Two Countries and One Table. It's about North Macedonia and Kosovo playing together table tennis before we have the next meet and greet session at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you all. Have a good day and hope to see you all soon. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much, and a happy World Table Tennis for everyone.
Thanks.
Jedan, dva, puštiva? Ама и аз трябва да... Jedan, dva. Jedan, dva. Jedan, dva, три. Ало, не.
I would like to invite now Ms. Daulina Osmani, Deputy Minister for Sport of Kosovo, to address the forum. Please.
Dear President of Table Tennis, North Macedonian Table Tennis Federation, Mr. Goran Tilovski, dear President of National Federation of Kosovo on Table Tennis, Mr. Jeton Beqiri, dear Director of the Agency for Youth and Sports, Mr. Naumce Mojovski, dear Ms. Silvia Mitevska, Advisor for Sport in the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia, dear General Secretary of National Olympic Committee of North Macedonia, dear athletes, coaches, and other sport representatives. It's my pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Republic of Kosovo, and I'm so happy to see that the good interstate relations between the Republic of Kosovo and Republic of North Macedonia are being expressed and developed through sport activities as well. This event organized by our both national federations to celebrate the World Table Tennis Day is of a high importance. Firstly, let me congratulate all of you on the World Table Tennis Day and wish athletes, coaches, and federations the highest results in international arena of sports, and at the same time a development of national sport in a safe and a peace environment. Table tennis is a sport that comes to our mind when we think about consistency, patience, or muscle memory. Me personally, I'm not good at all at table tennis. I think this comes due to the fact that to perform good, it requires a lot of commitment and a lot of training. But theme of this year of the International Day, Sport Diplomacy, when we think or discuss about sport diplomacy, the ping pong diplomacy of the United States and the Communist China of the 70s, from the 70s, is one of the first examples that come to our mind. And during the history, I think there are a lot of other momentums that sport has been used as a tool to overcome the differences between population, to strengthen the relationships between states, but at the same time to unlock the potential of humanity for unity and peace. Kosovo and North Macedonia, I think, has shown to the world the talent and the capacity that we both countries have in sports. And I consider that now it's time that we use our capacities to do a step forward in strengthening the partnership, not just in the level of sport organizations, but in higher instances as well. Addressing regional cooperation regarding youth and sport in the context of social development and social impact, their role in economic and international development, and strengthening youth and sport exchanges remain one of the main priorities on our state agenda. So I can say that the Ministry of Youth, Culture and Sports of Kosovo remains open to create and develop programs, specific sport programs, and implementation mechanism to stimulate the participation and these kind of organizations as today between two countries. While expressing my highest consideration for this event, we look forward to an intensified and enriched cooperation between our two countries for development of sport and development through sport. Thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Ms. Osmani. Right now, I would like to invite Mr. Naumce Mojovski, the Director of the Agency for Sport, to address the forum. Please.
Благодарам. Добар ден на сите. Поздрав до мојата колешка. Секако чест и задоволството е мое што денеска е наша гостинка. Поздрав до секако до председателите на пинбогарските федерации на Република Северна Македонија и Република Косово, советничката на премиерот за спорт и млади, Олимпискиот комитет и секако заменикот мој и гостите и надпреварувачите. Ова година, секако овој ден го прославуваме како едно спојување, помирување на народите, на многу нешта кои се случуваат во овој период во нашиот свет. Знаеме дека 50 години од поставување на дипломатијата во светот, пинг-понгарската дипломатија, мислам дека е 7 година, 2015 се обележува овој ден. Секако честа и задоволството е наше што денес присуствуваме на овие два народи да се спојат и да одиграат, да го одбележат овој ден, да одиграат некоја партија пинг-понг, а секако и со мојата колешка се надевам дека и ние ќе одиграме една партија пинг-понг. Како директор на Агенцијата на млади и спорт, која представува Република Северна Македонија, би се заблагодарил уште еднаш на нашиот претседател за оваа убава прилика и секако кога све би било споено во ова, секој негов настан би го поддржувале и би соработувале. Се надевам дека и таа соработка ќе проложи во следниот период и се надевам дека од овие деца, од овие момчиња и девојки ќе излезат големи шампиони кои ќе ги представуваат и Косово, а и Македонија. Ви благодарам уште еднаш.
Thank you, Mr. Mosovski. Right now, I'd like to invite Ms. Silvia Mitevska, Associate for the Sport in the Cabinet of the President of the Government of North Macedonia, to address the forum. Please.
Thank you. I think I will go bilingual because the international community is following us on a global stage, but we also need the international community to hear our beautiful language. So I will try to be bilingual in my very short address. Dear guests, dear Vice Minister for Sport from Kosovo, dear Director, dear Presidents of Table Tennis Federations, both from North Macedonia and for Kosovo, the main organizers of this beautiful initiative, and dear international community, thank you for this opportunity to have this beautiful event together with our dear young players here. As we heard before, sport is not only a competition. Sport is a great platform to address positive societal change and to address challenges that we face in our everyday life. And sport can greatly contribute towards development of the sustainable goals. And I think, taking all that in account, we do see the true power of sport to inspire and to mobilize a great number of people. And that is why, because of this universality and popularity that sport has, the United Nations in 2013 have recognized the 6th of April as an International Day of Sport for Peace and Development. And together we are here because we are celebrating two main initiatives. It's the World Ping Pong Table Tennis Day and the International Day of Sport for Peace and Development. So this is just a starting point for us. I believe that together with our colleagues from Kosovo, we will have a follow-up on this, and we will strengthen and we will promote further our great collaboration and partnership, and we will do amazing things together because we have so much in common, and we have common goals to advance in this region. И сега само на македонски, накратко, за целата интернационална јавност која што нас следи, да го слушна македонскиот јазик, а на вас, драги играчи и играчки, спортисти и спортистки, и на председателите кои што го организира овој убав настан, да ви посакам успешен настан, успешна игра и заедно да се залагаме за што поголема афирмација на позитивните вредности кои што ги спраќаме преку спортот, а тоа се толеранција, fair play, solidarnost, empatija I saraботка. I won't take any more time because I know that you're all eager to see how our director and the Vice Minister from Kosovo will play together on the table tennis. And you all know who I will be cheering for. So let's see. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Mitevska. And right now I would like to ask the Director Mojsovski and the Deputy Minister of Kosovo, Mrs. Mani, to play table tennis. This table, please.
Are you good at it, Director? You good? Good?
Okay. Ne, ovo radi merkite koji, ne za drugo nešto. Ne, me praša, ne. Slobodno, slobodno. Sada ako ne našio. Okay, right now, first we will invite Mrs. Mani to choose red or black.
Black. Okay,
So, вие сервирате, вие бирате. 0-0.
Here.
María, ¿quién ha ganado este título? ¿Quién ha ganado este título? ¿De A o aquí? De este equipo. A.
So 13-10 for team A.
13-10 for the team A.
For that one, I don't know.
Hector against Ella.
Team A. This is team B. Score? 19-16 for Team A.
1916, still chance. For Team A.
So Team A is winning by 1 point.
Team A is winning by 1 point.
Team B? Okay. They are winning by 1 point.
You're winning. Wow, so interesting. No pressure, guys. 1 point. They win. So team, your team, this team won. Congratulations. B. Good afternoon. I'm Galia Dvorak. I'm the ITTF Foundation Goodwill Ambassador for the help to the Ukrainian table tennis community. I'm a professional table tennis player and I'm also an ITTU employee. Right now I'm in Villanova de Gaia in the ITTU development, Eurotalents development camp with the under 15 and under 17 kids from 13 countries, 36 players. Today, to celebrate World Table Tennis Day, we played a match between Team A and Team B. Those were mixed teams, where players from different nationalities and different genders played in each team. And by doing this competition, we celebrated peace on the table. And now, after this match, we will address all these topics that we covered by playing this match. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Gaia. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So, but hold on now. We're going. The stream is over, right?
Yeah, we still have 10 minutes.
Yeah, but.
Yes, yes.
I mean, we could stream the talk.
Yes, yes, we can leave it here.
What talk? Okay. So you're the losing team, or? Okay. So as I spoke at the beginning, we did this to
Many of us know ping pong diplomacy as the US-China table tennis exchange in 1971 and 1972. But ping pong diplomacy is more than just a single event. From 1971 to 2021, ping pong diplomacy has been the underlying spirit of the worldwide table tennis community, showing its face in multiple tournaments and initiatives to create dialogues and build friendships. During the Cold War, with approximately 20 years of zero diplomatic or economic relations between the US and China, US player Glenn Cowan missed his bus and ended up riding to the arena with the Chinese national team. His unexpected ride and new friendship with the Chinese team attracted great media attention, and the news soon made its way to Chairman Mao Zedong. A few days later, Mao invited the US team on a visit to China. The US table tennis team landed in China on the 10th of April and became the first American delegation to set foot in the Chinese capital since 1949. Teams from Australia, Canada, Colombia, England, New Zealand and Nigeria also visited China shortly after the 1971 World Championships. The Chinese team was invited to the US by President Nixon for a series of exhibition matches. One of them took place at the United Nations headquarters. The Chinese team also visited the White House. Since then, ping pong diplomacy has made a name for itself. It stands for a platform to create dialogue, build bridges, and make friends. After 35 visits from the ITTF President Ichiro Ogimura from Japan, aka the ping pong diplomat, and 22 rounds of talks between the two countries in over 5 months, the first unified Korea team was formed. For the first time in history, the Korean Republic and DPR Korea competed not against each other, but next to each other. The women's team spectacularly defeated the seemingly invincible Chinese team in the final and stood on the award podium together as Korea. Organised by the Qatar Table Tennis Association, the Peace and Sport Table Tennis Cup has seen the Korean Republic and DPR Korea partnered up again. Other than the two Koreans, US and Russia, India and Pakistan also competed as pairs.
You know, we deliver a strong message to the world, especially in table tennis world, make the peace through sport.
They don't want to compete against each other. They want to compete together as a unified Korea, a decision supported by the ITTF.
The ITTF Foundation project, One Korea, One Table, became the driving force behind both teams, playing together in several tournaments of the Seamaster 2018 ITTF World Tour, leading to the spectacular result of winning silver at the ITTF World Tour Grand Finals.
When we think on it now, we had some, let's say, we thought, oh, do we do the right job? But we did the right job.
I think it's just another small step in ITTF's history of helping countries make peace, and also in our efforts to help diplomatically.
But ping pong diplomacy doesn't stop on states level. On the grassroots level, ping pong diplomacy has been a powerful enabler in peacemaking and conflict resolution. Ping pong pays use table tennis as a tool to assist underprivileged children and youngsters and brought hope to those displaced because of the guerrilla warfare in Colombia. A post-conflict project targeted at children, youth and people with disabilities, Ping Pong Badame brought together children from different neighborhoods in a conflicted society and fostered integration among individuals with disabilities. Ping Pong Pay supported the demobilization of child soldiers and brought together children from 4 different villages where tribal conflicts were a frequent occurrence. 50 years after the original event, the ITTF Group has announced 2021 and 2022, the Biennale of Ping Pong Diplomacy.
And I think through sport we can open a lot of doors, and that's how I can see sport and table tennis is a good tool to create peace and understanding.
Taking place on the 6th of April 2022, the upcoming World Table Tennis Day focuses on using table tennis for peacemaking, both on states and on grassroots level.
The ITTF group declared this year, 2021 and 2022, as the biennial of the ping pong diplomacy. And there will be several actions during these 2 years to commemorate what has been done by the ITTF in these last 50 years, but also to produce new actions and to bring countries together, to bring communities together.
There will be hundreds of creative events from our promoters around the globe, all aiming to resolve conflicts and create dialogues between diverse groups in their communities through table tennis.
You may begin.
Happy World Table Tennis to everybody. It's April 6th and you are here in an incredible meet and greet session today with us in the live stream. We have 3 incredible table tennis players with us today. We have Kanada, we have Wang Manyu, and we have Lin Guo Yuan together with us. You can ask all the questions you have in our chat, and we are really happy to have all these 3 players here together to talk to us, to meet and greet. And I have another surprise guest for you. It's ITTF Group CEO Steve Dainton joining us here in the ITTF Foundation headquarters in Leipzig. And as I have Steve here, I would really like him to give us an introduction, because you 3, together with Lily, you played a key role during the last World Championships in Houston. Steve, can you please give us a little bit of introduction about what happened in Houston last year?
Thank you, Webke. And firstly, just to say hello to Kanak, to Lin Guo Yan and Wang Manyu, welcome. And thank you very much for joining us today. The World Championships in Houston, the United States of America, was a very special moment for us for many different reasons. One of the first reasons being, of course, that it was the first ever time that we hosted the World Table Tennis Championships in the Americas and in the United States of America. So it was a very special moment that we could have our most historical and most celebrated event in such a large country like the United States of America for the first time. And as you know, ITTF for many years has always worked on ping pong diplomacy. It was also the 50th year celebration for ping pong diplomacy when the United States and the Chinese Table Tennis Association and Chinese Table Tennis formed a friendship back in Japan at the World Table Tennis Championships 50 years ago. And the United States table tennis team then traveled to China to start the diplomatic relations between the two countries. 50 years later, the first ever World Table Tennis Championships in the United States, and we actually just a couple of days before the event, we announced that two mixed doubles teams would be changed to have two players from the United States and two players from China, forming mixed teams. And of course, in those mixed teams, we had two of the people here, Kanak Jia and Wang Manyu, join one team. And we had Lin Gaoyuan and Lily Zhang join another mixed team. Lily and Lin actually going on to win a bronze medal, a historical bronze medal also for the United States, the first medal for the United States in a World Table Tennis Championships for close to 70 years. So it was really a historical moment. It was another great show of ping pong diplomacy from the ITTF. And every time we now get the chance to try and do something to show our heritage and show ping pong diplomacy, we are always trying to do that. And it was another great chance to do that in the States. And a big thank you for the players for making that possible and making it a really wonderful moment in the United States.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, it's for sure, which was a sign of the greatness of table tennis once again, and a very historical moment for the whole world to see you playing together. So I think we are all very interested about how did you feel? So I would like to ask you, starting with Lin today, how did it feel when you were informed that you were going to be paired up with Lily? And did you know her before? Can you tell us a little bit about how was the situation for you?
这个问题要请问一下那个林高远，就是当你得知你要跟 Lily 做搭配的时候，你是心里作何感想？你之前彼此就是私底下有交情吗？认识他吗？对于他身为一个球员，你有怎么样的评价？
首先就是第一次听到有中美跨国配对吧，也是非常的开心，也非常的激动，也是两国之间第一次做出这么就不一样的一个决定吧。我觉得在得知这个消息跟张安配混双的时候，其实我跟他很早就认识了吧，可能以前在打青少年世青的时候也认识，可能之前也去过一次美国，有一次的集训嘛，可能那时候跟张安也有一些交流，那时候也得知他是一个美国的心理学博士，那时候我们就交换了联系方式，有一些就比赛外的一些心理的时候，我也会跟他有一些交流，所以说跟他就交流起来还是比较熟悉的。
So what Lin Gaoyuan just said is that he was very excited to first have heard the partnership between himself and Lily. It's in his time, the first time that the U.S. and China is doing something together in forming a team, and I think he said for him, Lily wasn't a stranger. They knew each other as teenagers. He was very surprised when he found out she's got a doctor in psychology in the US. And so in addition to playing with each other, figuring out the techniques, he would also talk to her as a friend when he's going through some hardships in his life.
Thank you very, very much, Lynn. Just a follow-up question. How is the situation now? Are you still in touch with Lily, and are you planning to play any additional games together?
再想问一下林高远，就是你刚刚说你跟 Lily 本来就私底下认识嘛，那在你们这次中美做配合之后，感情有没有变更好？有没有彼此变得更熟悉？你们现在私底下还会联络吗？联络的时候都会做一些什么事情？
就是比赛嘛，就比赛的时候可能会更多去沟通嘛，特别是我跟丽丽如果搭配的话，有个最好的优势就是她会讲中文，所以说我们交流起来就非常方便嘛。然后在比完赛之后，我们就是也偶尔会就发信息，比赛的时候也会打个招呼，但是就是平时一些朋友的交流也没有说太多的一些沟通吧，也是在比赛的时候可能会有些什么问题或者是怎么样的话，也会去请教他吧。
They see each other all the time at international games when they travel, and it's great that they know each other. Lin Gaoyuan just mentioned that he really appreciates her as a friend because the communication between them is very easy because Lily also speaks Mandarin. And so when they see each other at matches, it's always great to ask each other, hey, how did you do? What do you think I could have done better? What did you think I did this? If I did that, would it be better? But because both of them are very busy, so it's not like they have that much opportunity to get in touch with each other in the private aspect.
Thank you very much, Xie. So there are already coming in a lot of interesting questions from our audience, which I would like to cover them all during our session. But I think this is a very interesting question. I would really like to ask Kanak and Wang Manyu too before. So Kanak, how was it for you when you were informed that you were going to be paired up with Wang Manyu? How did you feel? Did you know her before? How was it for you?
I mean, yeah, like Gaoyan said, for me, I would say it was a huge honor, especially it was a bit of a surprise also to happen right before the event. But when my coach asked me about it, I said, of course, you know, it would be amazing to play with Wang Manyu. I think, of course, I knew her beforehand. Maybe we didn't know each other so well, didn't speak, but of course I knew who she was. She was already seen each other many times on the circuit, and she was of course already a world champion in doubles and competed in Tokyo. So I was really excited, and also took it as a really big opportunity in my career to play alongside a Chinese national team member, and it was a huge definitely a huge kind of something in my career that was going to be really special looking back.
I can imagine. Thank you very much, Kanak. Wang Manyu, what about you? I mean, I would like to hear about your feelings too. What did you feel when you were informed that you were supposed to play, or that you were paired up with Kanak? But also, can you tell us a little bit how was the reality? I mean, you didn't have too much time to train together. How did you manage to get such great results at the end?
接下来这个问题是想要请问王曼玉，就是一样，当你知道你要跟 Kanak 做搭配的时候，你心里是有什么感觉？以及就是当你们真的做搭配的时候，因为好像你们并没有很多时间一起做训练，但是你们却得到好像在比赛里面走挺远的，怎么办到的？
我觉得还是当得知这个消息的时候，还是很期待吧，然后也是很兴奋，因为也是一个难得的机会和卡耐克一起去配合，然后同时也是有一些压力吧，因为也确实希望能够打出一个比较好的成绩，包括能够希望还是多赢一场是一场，所以还是希望通过最起码 自己还是希望自己可以发挥出很好的水平吧。然后确实和卡内克一直没有什么相比林高远和莉莉，我觉得还是沟通上稍微少一些。然后也是在得知搭配的时候，才是我们真正的第一次沟通吧。然后更多的可能是通过肖导，包括卡耐克的教练的沟通，帮助我们一起去交流。然后可能更多的还是我们临场的发挥，以及在尽可能的情况下多去沟通的这种情况下，才可以能够赢下几场比赛。
Well, Manu just mentioned she was very excited when she found out she would be partnering up with Kanak. And also she felt really stressed out when finding out about the news because it would be the first time them playing together as mixed doubles. And also comparing to Lin Gaoyuan and Lily, Wang Manyu they didn't know each other before, and also the communication between them wasn't as easy because Lily spoke Mandarin, whereas Kanak didn't. So at the beginning, they did struggle a little bit, but then they slowly find the pace for each other, and also they relied a lot on the two coaches communicating to each other as well. And the more they play, the more they know about how each other play, and the better they got.
Thank you very much. Steve has a very interesting question for you.
I will ask one question in both English and Chinese, but as speaking English and Chinese, but I guess the question is very simple. Kanak, did your Chinese improve? And let me repeat the question in Chinese. 我用一个问题用中文来问吧。我的问题是比较简单，就是问王曼宇，你跟 Kanak 打球的时候，你的英语改变好了吗？我先问 Kanak, how's your Chinese, improve or not?
I would say it kind of stayed the same at a pretty low level. But honestly, I think maybe Wang Menyu's English was slowly better through the tournament, especially during the match. He would often tell me something in English. So it was quite
pressure
cool.
to learn some more Chinese, huh?
Yeah, but my Chinese is still working on it. So still some ways to go.
OK， 然后满瑜，你的英文变好了吗？
我觉得之前就会一点点吧，然后再加上我和卡耐克配混双，所以还是有一些进步，但是还不够。
Well, Manu just mentioned that she knew English before already, and then especially when she had to partner with Kanak playing doubles, her English has improved a little bit, but to her standard, not good enough.
I think we should establish a new program of language learning through table tennis. I think it's a very, very good idea. So coming to the questions from our audience, this is a question for both Wang and Lin. You grew up in a country where for sure you heard this story about a little ping pong ball, a little table tennis ball changing the world. Now you became protagonists of ping pong diplomacy 50 years later. How does it feel for you to be the protagonist of ping pong diplomacy?
接下来这个问题是要请王曼玉跟林高远同学作答，就是应该是说，当你们一刚开始你们出生的时候就知道，其实乒乓球是一个很特别的运动，尤其是它在历史上对于和平做出的一些贡献。那当你们现在自己身为了正式的球员，你们对于乒乓 diplomacy 乒乓球外交这个名词有什么想法？来自观众的提问。
我先来问。
好，林高远先说。
就是我觉得，乒乓外交嘛，我觉得无论对于中国还有其他国家，我觉得也是小球推动大球吧。我觉得 在我国乒乓外交也是非常有意义的一件事。可能那时候，在中国和美国没有那个很好交流之前，可能就因为乒乓外交这一件事打开了中美的一些交流。我觉得对于这个，我觉得乒乓外交是一个很有意义的一件事吧。然后我们作为乒乓外交50周年的时候，可能第一次进行一些跨国的配对，我觉得这个对于我本人来说，无论我还是曼玉还是卡莱克和张安都是非常有意义的一件事，也是可能乒乓外交的升级版第2次再推动乒乓外交。我觉得这个时候对于中美两国的一些友好的一些信号，我觉得这个时候是非常有意义的。
Lin Gaoyuan has mentioned that knowing ping pong diplomacy and the whole concept, he really appreciate the fact that it kickstart the U.S.-China relation 51 years ago. And now being an upcoming new generation table tennis players in China, he felt very honored when he noticed that when he found out he was going to be pairing up with Lili to form sort of a ping pong diplomacy 2.0 mixed doubles, in presenting the idea to the world all over again that, hey, table tennis is bringing people together, is bringing countries together, is creating friendship, is building bridges between people. So he felt very honored to be a part of this. And then he thinks he speaks for all the table tennis players in China. They feel very honored to be a part of this one too.
Thank you very much. Wang, would you like to say something too?
王曼玉，关于刚刚同样的问题，你有什么想法吗？
确实是这样，然后也是希望可以通过乒乓球来建立两国之间的友谊，然后也是希望通过我跟卡纳克也好，跟林高远和莉莉也好，就是两国球员共同努力、共同拼搏的这种体育精神带给全世界吧。然后这种这一次的中美乒乓外交也是会在自己的这一次经历会成为自己以后非常美好的回忆。
Similar to Lin Gaoyuan, Wang Manyu also expressed that she felt honored to be a part of the Ping Pong Diplomacy 2.0 actions. And she believes that not only ping pong diplomacy, also by joining force with Kanak, with Lili, they're also showing the world sports spirit that is there to be appreciated. And she believes that this experience in playing the China-US double would be a very good experience for her, and she would always remember it.
Thank you. I think we will all always remember it. So you have a lot of fans out there and they are very curious. Next question is for Kanak. Would you like to go to China and train with the Chinese players? And what about, would you even like to play with Wang Manyu in Durban 2023 World Table Tennis Championships?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, another reason, obviously, I was excited to partner with Wang Manyu was also just to take this opportunity to learn from her as well as her coach, Coach Xiao, because I mean, the Chinese, they're obviously the best in the world, and Wang Manyu is one of the best, if not the best, women's female table tennis player. So, I mean, I always want to take as much chance as I can to learn from the sport, and there was a great opportunity. I just tried to be like a sponge there and kind of absorb as much knowledge they were telling to me. And if I got the chance, of course, to go and train in China, I always would love to take it. I've gone to China quite a few times when I was younger, and I hope in the future can be more chances that I can go, because they're obviously the best in the world for a reason. They have really, like I said, a really high knowledge of the sport. So it'd be a huge experience for me to train with the national team. And I mean, definitely also would love to play with Wang Menyu again. I think maybe the second time around could be a little easier because, as we said, the first time we'd never trained together and we didn't know each other actually. Even we're not so well known about each other's styles, how we played, what we liked on the table, what we maybe didn't like as much. So I did feel throughout the tournament in Houston, we were starting to get each other and know each other better and better. And I would always take the opportunity to play alongside her, and it would always be an honor for me.
Thank you very much, Kanak. There's another curious question from one of your fans. I mean, we have all seen you on screen, we have all followed the matches, but for sure it hasn't been very easy to come and play together as a double pair. So could you share, all of you, just one of these funny moments where you said something and the other one said something else, or whatever happened while you were preparing for playing together?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think throughout the tournament in general, we had some funny moments, you can say. I think as we got to know each other better, we felt more comfortable around each other. And when we knew, also is a really nice person, so it was really it made me feel really comfortable to play alongside her and not as much nerves as perhaps I felt in the beginning of the tournament, because actually both her and her coach were really nice, Coach Xiao. And I mean, maybe during the match, sometimes when you would tell me something in English, sometimes the accent would be a little bit harder for me to understand. So there were a few funny moments, I guess, to the match, but I don't know, maybe hard to think of one at this moment.
It's fine. I have a follow-up question, which might make it easier for you. This is maybe we start with the Chinese players now. Can you please describe your double partner in 3 words?
接下来的问题要请王曼玉跟林高远回答，就是可以请你们用三个字来形容一下你们的 partner 吗？就是王曼玉请用3个字形容一下 Kanak， 林高远要请你用3个字形容一下 Lily， 看看你们谁先来。
3个字
，3个字，不然你给我3句话也可以。So it's either 3 words or 3 sentences.
3 words. But if you would like to say 3 sentences, it's fine.
如果你有这么多要说的话。
就评价一下搭档是吧？就是就评价丽丽可能是果断，勇敢，然后拼搏。
The 3 words Lin Gaoyuan used is brave, I think. 果断，勇敢 yeah? Brave.
Yeah.
拼搏 he's a fighter. He fight hard. Is that a word? Is there a word in English, Steve, that you describe someone that, 拼搏精神, the one you never give up? So
mentally strong. Mentally strong.
Mentally strong. So Lin Gaoyuan describes Lily as mentally strong, very brave, and never quits. And now 王曼玉，请用3个字评价一下你的 partner Kanak。
努力，然后认真，然后又很开朗，但是又很害羞。我多说一个词，就是又很积极的想去沟通，但是又有一些不好意思的那种感觉，很可爱。
王曼玉 she used I think 5, 6 words. She described Kanak as hardworking. He's a fighter as well. He also never quits. He's proactive, but also shy. And the last one she used is cute. 可爱, cute.
So now we are keen to hear your 3 words, Kanak.
A woman. I would say she's first one fast. This is quite easy. I remember in the first match, some balls, I didn't even think she would reach the ball, and she just catch it and put it back so fast. Fast, definitely. Calm, especially under pressure. And mentally strong.
I would like to translate this for Wang Manyu as well. 王曼玉，你的搭档 Kana 对你的评价是，他觉得你反应非常灵敏，很快，在很多场比赛，他都觉得哦，这个球你接不到了，没想到你却接到了。然后他觉得你的抗压性非常强，就是在这么高压的比赛下，你的心理素质很高。然后Kana, remind me again, what was the last one that you said?
Mentally strong.
他觉得你也是一个拼搏精神很厉害的人。
Okay, thank you very much.
Great exercise. Thank you all for participating. Coming back to our topic of meet and greet and making friends through table tennis, we are interested in how you two became friends, Wang and Lin, in early years, or whenever you became friends.
现在拉回来讲一下那个乒乓球帮助大家建立友谊的这件事情。林高远跟王曼玉，你们可以大概聊一下，你们是怎么认识对方的吗？怎么变成好朋友的？
这个可能你刚开始说过吧，就是和丽丽也是从小时候。世界青少年锦标赛就开始，就那时候可能是同一个年龄段吧，也是去参加一些青年的比赛，也那时候就可能就认识吧。但可能那时候毕竟比较小，然后大家都会在专注在乒乓球赛事上，所以说那时候就沟通不是特别多吧。可能之前就中国乒乓球队去过一次美国那边的训练之后，可能那时候就更加熟悉吧。可能因为每天都在一起训练，偶尔有的时候会有一些交流，会谈一下乒乓球，然后一些心理，特别是知道他是一个心理学博士之后，我也会从这方面会跟他有一些交流吧。因为毕竟自己有时候心理一些情况是有些问题的，所以说对于这个问题我会就很主动去跟他谈，去让他说自己在比赛中出现心理的情况之后，自己的应对方法是什么，那时候应该怎么去面对这个问题，这时候我就会跟他有比较多的交流啊。
我们在聊那个你跟王曼玉怎么认识的？你跟王曼玉没关系，你想一下，我先把你刚刚讲的那个告诉给其他人知道。OK， 你想一下。That was very cute of Lin Gaoyuan. He thought we were asking him again about how him and Lily met. So he explained to us again that they knew each other as teenagers, very young. The Chinese table tennis team visited the US once, and then that's when they began to train with each other. That's how they get to know each other more. And also because Lily has a degree in psychology, and so Lin Gaoyuan will always go to her if he experiences some setbacks in the field. He thinks that she is a good listener. 那现在林高远，你想好了，你对于王曼玉的那个，你跟王曼玉是怎么认识的吗？
我怎么说呢？我记得我可能那时候14年吧，就在一个江苏镇江打比赛的时候，可能那时候第一次看他打球吧，那时候可能 他在就是年轻人里面最厉害，然后最突出吧。然后那时候可能有时候打完比赛也会偶尔会关注这样，确实感觉那时候感觉王曼玉的球非常的好，特别是在小的时候基本上同批没有什么对手吧，所以说对于他感觉确实那时候比较欣赏他的一些球技吧。然后后面就随着他就进国家队之后，就两个人就慢慢熟悉，然后后面可能打到一队之后，也有一些混双的一些配对，那时候可能会更加熟悉了。
Him and Wang Manyu, he first did notice Wang Manyu as a great player back in around 2014. He saw her playing all the matches as if she was invincible. She literally had she actually had no one that could match up to her skills. In her opinion, she was the best among all the players in the same generation. And then after Lin Gaoyuan made it into the national team, they got to know each other a little more, started playing with each other a little more. Chances occur that they had to play mixed doubles together. Then they started to get to know each other on a personal level. Now they're great friends. 谢谢。那王曼玉你呢？
对，我记得是，刚才林高远说他就是在我比较小的时候就关注我，但是我不知道。然后，是一次我记得应该是不知道哪一年了，是一次直通吧。然后，我在吃饭，然后正好那个一起吃饭，然后他就问过我，他说，听说你就是平时训练很努力，然后听说你那个下了训练场还是努力钻研什么的，然后我就也当时就是觉得还是也有点不好意思吧，然后后来的时候确实球上也有一些沟通，包括后来有这种混双的配合，然后也是慢慢的熟悉起来。然后因为他也是比我大几岁吧，然后可能更多的时候是向他请教一些问题吧。
Wang Manyu mentioned that she didn't even know Lin Gaoyuan was following her back in the early days, but they met each other the first time at a dinner when Lin Gaoyuan approached her and say, "Hey, I heard that you're a table tennis player and then you trained so hard even after your games between the seasons." And that's the first time Wang Manyu actually noticed Lin Gaoyuan. And then after they both made it into the national teams, they started, like Lin Gaoyuan mentioned, they started playing with each other. They kind of figuring out the styles they have as players, and then even team up in mixed doubles. Now they're good friends.
Amazing. Thank you very much. We were talking about making friends in the same culture. So the next question is about cultural differences. What kind of cultural differences, except language, did you experience when pairing up for ping pong diplomacy? Maybe Kanak, you answer first. Cultural differences. What was different?
Yeah, let me thinking for a moment. I mean, I think in general, just it's hard to say because during our time together, we're really just involved in the table tennis in the hall, and we only had our mixed doubles matches, and both me and Wang Manyu also were obviously had other events, the singles, and I think she also had the women's doubles. So we didn't spend so much time outside after the matches to be able to speak because we were both really busy at the schedule, and it was more within the table and like this. But I think in general, you kind of just notice small things just from being around each other. Also in the way they see the game and how they how they're thinking during the match, how she was thinking and how the coach was thinking. So you just kind of notice small things, but yeah, like I said, we spent a lot of time just together in the hall and in the practice hall, and we didn't have so much time during the tournament outside. So more just noticed some small differences in the way they were thinking and how they were practicing and the other kind of stuff. So I tried to pick up on.
Thank you very much, Kanak. Gia, can you translate for our Chinese friends?
王曼玉跟林高远，接下来想要请问你们，就是当你们做搭配的时候，就是这个中美搭配的时候，除了语言上的沟通有点困难之外，还有没有什么其他地方让你们觉得这有点小挑战？
我觉得确实混双，包括双打吧，就是需要搭配的，这种还是非常需要沟通的，所以确实沟通是一个比较有难度的地方。但是我觉得还是卡耐克也好，或者说自己也好，我觉得还是有个人能力的。然后我觉得可以通过我们俩个人能力去弥补一些沟通上的这种障碍吧。然后包括其实自己双打混双还是打了很多的，然后但是卡耐克好像应该是第一次打混双，或者说第一次和右手配吧，所以我觉得第一次能够打成这样真的很厉害，然后也是非常有打混双的这种天赋，然后也希望有机会继续配吧。
Wang Manyu just mentioned that she thinks Kanak is a very talented, gifted mixed double player. I think she mentioned that it was your first time pairing up with a right-hander, I believe, and also it was the first time that you play in the doubles. Yeah. So she thought if that was your first time, then you've got to be super talented, very gifted to perform the way you did together. She would very much like to pair up with you again in the future in all the other matches. However, she did mention that communication is key for the doubles. So not speaking the same language did play a big role in maybe the first a couple of hiccups in the beginning, but later the more you play with each other, the more you know how to make up for each other because you're both very skilled players. So she spoke very high of you, and then she thinks you're a worthy partner and would love to partner up with you again.
谢谢。
林高远你呢？
我刚才可能网络不好，没听见问题。
现在问题在讨论说，当你跟 Lily 做搭配的时候，你们两个因为没有语言上的问题，但是除了譬如说沟通啊，因为初次做搭配，还有什么其他是你觉得最需要克服的？
我觉得最需要克服首先是默契，因为可能我和丽也是第一次去搭配嘛，然后我觉得跟他之间可能大家都不熟悉每个人的风格，包括战术，包括一些思想，我觉得这个时候就需要跟他去一些交流，特别是比赛之前吧，可能比赛之前的几天才得知这个消息之后，可能我们就立刻去进行一些磨合，这时候在场上遇到一些问题的时候，我觉得这个时候就跟他去很好的去沟通，去解决。这个时候的话，就随着比赛一些进展，我觉得我们就越来越好。
Lin Gaoyuan has mentioned that the biggest challenge for him and Lily together as a pair was that they were not very familiar with each other as players. They have never really played together before as a team. So at the beginning, there was a lot of, I'm not sure what I should do when she does this and that. but this time communication comes in place. They would talk with each other, trying to figure out in terms of tactic-wise, strategy-wise. And then, of course, the more matches they play together, exactly like what Mayu just mentioned, the more they know how to cover up for each other, and then they slowly become gradually a better team.
Thank you very much for your insights. We have still a lot of questions coming up here in the chat. Unfortunately, time is running. We have only 4 minutes left for this session. I'm really sorry for all of those who put questions into the chat and we were not able to ask. But before we leave, I would like to invite the three of you to give some words, something you want to tell your fans out there. I mean, you have all a lot of fans and they are really loving you. So I would like to give you the floor to say some words to your fans.
Who should start?
Maybe you start because of the English thing and then Gia translates.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a huge amount of gratitude. Sometimes for me personally, because I've moved from the US to Europe when I was 15, it's sometimes you don't realize how many people are following and supporting you. And when I go home, especially now for the World Championships in Houston, it was my first time playing the World Championship at home. And it was also a huge shock to me outside the table how many people are actually supporting me, and not only supporting me, but also following me and following my results in abroad internationally, and how many people are rooting for my success. So it was a huge kind of shock for me to realize that, and I'm hugely grateful for all the support. And it also gives me a lot of confidence to know there's so many people behind me, regardless how it's going, and that really means a lot. So say a huge thank you to all my supporters, and also tell them that I hope to keep going. Still young, still a long way to go in the sport. So I really appreciate every single person who's been with me on this journey.
我们从那个讯息栏里面收到很多粉丝想要问你们的问题，就是想要问王曼玉跟林高远的问题。可是因为我们这个时间已经快到了，剩下2分钟，想请你们2位跟你们的粉丝说说话，有什么想要说的？王曼玉先来。
突然被点名了。
小鱼先来。这是我跟你粉丝学到的。林高远是不是没有绰号啊？粉丝们可以请你们告诉我林高远的绰号。有什么想要对你们粉丝说的吗？看是王曼玉还是林高远先来。
他不是被点名了吗？不是他先说吗？
哦，林高远点名王曼玉。
好，我先说。还是谢谢大家一直以来的支持吧，然后也很开心大家能够来看今天的直播，也希望大家能够继续关注乒乓球，继续关注大家喜爱的球员，谢谢大家。
Wang Manyu just mentioned that she would like to thank everybody who joined this meet and greet session today, and also for the fans that's been following her, has been supporting her throughout her career. She wants everybody to be supportive she wants everybody to keep on supporting table tennis, and also show your best support to the players that you love. 林高远呢？
也是非常感谢就是粉丝的支持吧，也非常感谢就是支持乒乓球项目的一些粉丝。我希望就无论世界各地的球迷们也是继续关注乒乓球，希望乒乓球越来越好，也希望就是每个粉丝能跟他的自己的偶像能够学习偶像一些正能量，一些好的一些给他一些鼓励。谢谢。
Lin Gaoyuan, of course, says thank you to all the fans that's been supporting him, and then he also wants, he also wishes the people will support table tennis as a sport, also a activity that delivers the positive energy to the world, and doesn't matter where you are or whether you play good or not. He believes table tennis is a good sport and that it should be more popular and be more inclusive. And then at the end, he thanks everybody.
Thank you, everybody. It has really been a great time together with you on this virtual round table. Our time is unfortunately over. I would like to give the word to Steve, the ITTF Group CEO, to give you and all of you some closing words. Thank you.
Thank you, Vibke. Just firstly, thank you very much, Wanmanyu, Lin Gaoyuan, Kanak, for joining us today. We really appreciate it. I also want to say a big thank you to Mr. Liu Guoliang. He was the person who was thinking of this great idea in the beginning. And thank you to the United States Table Tennis Association for their support, together with the Chinese Table Tennis Association, for making this mixed doubles pair happen. And finally, just to wish everyone a really great World Table Tennis Day. Thank you so much.
谢谢。
谢谢。
Hi there! You are now watching the 24-hour online stream of World Table Tennis Day 2022. This year, at the 50th anniversary of ping pong diplomacy, let's celebrate the power of table tennis in building friendships, creating dialogues and making peace. This is Jura Tappender from the ITTF Foundation. Stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Well, the ITTF has a long history working in sport for development in social projects. During the last 15 years, we have been doing around 30 projects and with an impact on around 250,000 people all around the world.
Since 1999, ITTF has supported multi-awarded table tennis projects, making a positive impact on people's lives. In 2019, the ITTF Foundation was established as the responsibility arm of the ITTF. The non-profit organization's approach is based on solidarity, a clear vision, clear programs, clear projects, clear application processes. The ITTF Foundation aims at becoming a world leader as a role model in promoting positive social change through sport.
It's always the goal from ITTF to do something better through sport. Now we start with the work in the foundation. More solidarity, more projects, and more table tennis for development.
Its headquarters in Leipzig, Germany, were inaugurated in 2019, and a constantly growing team is operating in supporting and guiding projects worldwide.
It's actually a dream for us to have the foundation here and founded, because before we were working very hard also in this area through our development program. But now it's really more something that is here to stay, and that we can also build a platform around the foundation. Regarding CSR, I think our foundation can be the perfect tool to actually reach out wider than we can do within the ITTF.
TT Dream Building projects are inclusive, sustainable, and meaningful initiatives using table tennis as a tool for development and peace. The Dream Building Fund was established in 2019 and once a year supports and guides new projects for a period of 1 to 3 years. The Emergency Relief Fund was set up as a response to both human-made and natural disasters. National table tennis associations can apply for funds to use table tennis as a practical and cost-effective remedial tool in early post-disaster intervention. TT for All makes table tennis accessible to the general public. The focus is on how to integrate different kinds of people in terms of gender, social status, culture, and physical ability. TT Fun Lab shows all the fun sides of table tennis in its aim to unite people. The table building course teaches participants how to produce table tennis tables at little cost, giving field projects a greater independence. Since 2015, each year on the 6th of April, table tennis enthusiasts celebrate and share their table tennis passion with others. World Table Tennis Day makes the sport publicly visible. TT for Health promotes and shares the health benefits of table tennis on a social, mental, and physical level. The annual Parkinson's World Table Tennis Championships are an innovative way to advocate for the benefits of playing table tennis for people with Parkinson's. More than a competition, the tournaments are a community-building initiative. In light of COVID-19, Table Tennis United fundraising campaign supports those table tennis playing family members most affected by the pandemic. TT Legacy makes the table tennis lifestyle a sustainable one. The aim of the TT Legacy program is to raise awareness, provide solutions, and motivate participation of the table tennis community in the three fields of sustainability: economic, environmental, and social. In the framework of the 2018 Youth Olympic Games, the interest for the sport was aroused among those with few or without opportunities. The ensuing interest in table tennis has been maintained after 2 years of training and community building with others. Ping pong diplomacy promotes a peaceful and constructive exchange among opposing individuals, groups, regions, or nations.
We deliver a strong message to the world, especially in table tennis world, make the peace through sport, through table tennis.
The ITTF Foundation supports refugees and signed the UN Refugee Agency Pledge in 2019. Our commitment is to make table tennis accessible for refugees and use the sport to alleviate post-conflict trauma.
It's the way you teach people, you know. You can teach people table tennis in the way that you want to make them champion, but you can also convey values, how to have confidence in yourself, how to play with the other kids, how to respect the other, and this is really what we are trying to do here.
Solidarity through table tennis. The ITTF Foundation strives to be more than just a charity. It is thanks to our close contact with local participants and a lively exchange that programs and projects grow and inspire others to follow positive examples.
ITTF has always been well recognized in this regard, and of course the bigger actions that you see here are the ones that are well promoted, but there's also a lot of smaller and behind the scenes actions that the ITTF is doing on a day-to-day basis.
Hi there, this is Galia Dvorak, the ITTF Foundation Goodwill Ambassador in supporting the Ukrainian table tennis community. You are now watching the 24-hour online stream of World Table Tennis Day 2022. This year, at the 50th anniversary of ping pong diplomacy, let's celebrate the power of table tennis in building friendship, creating dialogues, and making peace.